Hello everyone. How are you guys doing? Let's see. We have quite a few people in the chat. We got Dusty, For No Raisin, Post Nut Clarity, and Dusty Rugburn. First, let me just post the links. So you did that embed? Yeah. I just gotta post L links. And it's already posted in my server. Oh boy. And then one last thing. Just gotta make sure my door's locked. Okie fucking dokie. My goodness, do we have quite the stream tonight? I've been holding it in all fucking week since this case has been since everybody's been talking about this case. I've been holding my anger, my certain other undesirable negative traits. We are going to be. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna be fucking livid tonight. But for now, we're gonna spend like, four more minutes. Henoch, what's up? We're gonna be chilling for like 4 more minutes, and then we're gonna get right into it. So I made a post. Let's see. I have a feeling this will become a kick stream halfway through. I don't need to explain why. Bloodlust is bloodlust. Indeed, Rexus. Raisin, why is it that all of politics is about gross shit these days? Rhetorical question. Oh, yeah, I know the answer to that. Yeah. And I agree, Henoch. Only demons abort their kids. Oh man, oh man. I'm also kind of looking forward to having a lot of booze. I filled up my little bottle of rum here with more rum. So that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be a lot of fun. But yeah, you guys I hope you guys are doing a bit, you know, a bit better than I've been doing. I know, we are probably gonna be talking about a little bit of that stupid fucking VTuber drama that happened. Well, it's not so stupid, in the sense that, can we say fun words while you get drunk? Not tonight, not tonight. I got all the fun words out of my system last week, so I could actually, take this one a bit more seriously. Cause yeah, I do think that this subject, you know, of course there's gonna be some, you know, comedic moments here and there. I do have some memes prepared, to kind of calm us down here and there. But I want to take this, you know, seriously, you know? That's my intent with this stream tonight. I want to actually give this topic the justice it deserves, you know? Because I don't think this is just a... Hold on. I don't think this is just a topic of the week kind of thing. I said my piece on our defenders. I called them immoral holdras on the same level as depraved insects on my channel. Based Rexus. Like, for real, what are the top 10 political issues being discussed, or should I say discussed? That's a good one, Raisin. It's all depraved shit. It's all Weimarian depraved shit. That's what it is, Raisin. That's what it is. This may wake up more men than Dr. Dre's divorce settlements. Big time. I bet. Those are fucking crazy, man. It's just crazy, like that. I remember when that happened. It's been a little bit, but holy shit, man, it's just crazy. Alrighty, it's 7:05. Let's get this bitch started. Okay, so I gotta say, on one hand, I do like being vindicated, especially when it comes to matters such as this. For those who might not know, I used to go by a different name. Everybody in the YouTube chat knows who that was. I'm trying to get y'all to say my name as it is, you know, Kreemsicle. But I've been talking about all this shit for years now, at least since 2022. At least since 2022, I could say that much. I was making mention of it here and there in 2021. Albeit, no, it's definitely 2022, because I made my channel, my old one, back in like December of 21. But basically, I've been talking about men's issues and how women are fucking bonkers for years now. And it's gotten to the point where, you know, a lot of it has started to become adopted by the mainstream. And there is some consequences to that. It's like they're not going to fully understand the red pill, you know, until they've actually... It's one of those things where it's like you actually need to have had stuff happened to you and experienced a little bit of life for the prescription to actually work in its effects. Or the pill to work in its effects. But basically, I've been saying I've been saying, you know, no hymen, no diamond, you know, or my variation, if she didn't lose it to me, off to the streets with thee. I've also been talking about stuff like pair bonding and microchimerism, and the fact that women are more likely to kill their kids more than men for years. and I'm just astounded to see people finally understand what we in the warband have been trying to talk about for ages now. It's just it's bonkers, man. It only took them like what, a fucking decade? Now, I wasn't red pilled when it really first started. Technically, it's more like a decade and a half. That's when, like, you know, MGTOW, I think its first signs of life was back in 2010. Or MGTOW, the Red Pill, the Manosphere, was back in, like, 2010. To see, and seeing what they were talking about all the way back in 2010 finally be talked about in the mainstream, it's astounding, man. It took the masses this fucking long, probably because things got so fucking bad. And this case in particular, the Lindsay Clancy case, what was truly shocked. It truly did shock the nation. And keep in mind, it's a 3-year-old case. Like, I did a little bit of research into the case beforehand. It's like, this happened back in 2023. Like, she murdered her kids back in 2023. It's crazy. But basically, it's like, now, it's like what we were talking about in the chat before I officially started. It's like, yeah, people, like, Postnot, I think that was you who mentioned, you know, normies are starting to mention TWRA, and what that stands for is take women's rights away. I do think, you know, a lot of this stuff was going to be mainstream the more people started getting radicalized in, you know, both directions, but especially on the right, it is the right that actually kind of determines cultural lingo and can set the frame. This is one of the few subjects that we were able to kind of set the frame for years. It took years, but it finally happened. 3 years. This has been going on for 3 years. Yeah, chalk that up as a failure of the fucking court system. But the hearings have been going on recently. But yeah, I'll explain more about it. I'll explain more about the case when we actually get into it. I'm still kind of on my little preamble here. But man, it's almost overwhelming in a way to see just how many people are saying our talking points. Like now, it's now I'm just like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Even though people are talking about it, I think the difference between me and a lot of the more normie-pilled people, even my fellow brothers and sisters in Christ who do talk about men's issues, I think what they don't quite understand is that it's like, are you actually able to apply what you learn and see how it applies to reality? That was a big thing of like Manosphere creators like Undead Chronic, Ribby the Party Frog. That was something they constantly tried to do. I wish Ribby would come back, but I kind of get why he doesn't want to come back. I get it, and I'm happy he's also doing his own thing too. But basically, what was I saying? All right. But you have you can talk the talk, right? You can talk the talk, but have you walked the walk? You know, like, once I started going out to bars and shit, like, back when I was going to grad school, I noticed, like, I talked the talk, I learned the talk, I've seen people do the walk, now it was my turn to do the walk. I have walked the walk. I can now say that I do understand this stuff. Yeah, that's one of the things that I've learned. I didn't do it myself. If I really wanted to be a player back then, I'm thankful that I was not a player. I've had chicks wanna ask me if they wanted to do me, well, or try to seduce me. That's another way to put it. I said no one way or another. But yeah, wearing a plain wedding band got me attention, and it felt disgusting. Yeah, you have to do, if you're really, like, if you're that, like, desperate, right? And well, maybe not desperate. Desperate's not the right word. If you really want to get it in, you have to do some truly heinous shit. And it's like, yeah, it's a fucking shame. It's a fucking shame that you have to do this stuff, even just to get, like, a modicum of attention. But that's life for you. The red pill, the real red pill, you don't take it orally. You never take that. Anybody who's actually red pilled never took their red pills orally. There's another area where medicine can be taken. I'll let you guys fill in the blanks, because that's how you could tell if somebody actually is red pilled, is if they had their red pills administered the other way. Okay, that's a good one, Dusty. That's a good one. Life comes at you fast. Oh boy. But yeah, the conversation has gotten to the point where it's like it's relatively okay to be shitting on women in YouTube videos, Twitter. I do think X definitely helped out with this, but it has become a lot more. It has become a lot more mainstream, to say the least. Because now you have a whole bunch of other fucking grifters who are trying to bastardize the message of the red pill, change it into their own dogshit interpretation of it. I don't know. It's kind of does remind me of Christianity a little bit, with all the stupid fucking changes that people have made over the years. But I think that's enough of my little preamble here. The point I'm trying to make with all this is we won. Us in the warband, us in the manosphere, we won. For now, I would say we won a huge battle. We won a huge battle. But we have not won the war yet. We have not won the war yet. The victory conditions. A lot of people are not gonna like a lot of people are not gonna like what I have to say about how we're actually going to, what our victory condition is and how we're gonna achieve it. Because our victory condition is the complete destruction of the post-war liberal world order. You want to repeal the 19th Amendment? That's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. You don't have any other fucking choice. As for the means... As for the means... Well, they are gonna involve some shred of the use of force. Shocker. But then the question comes, Who's gonna back all this? You know, revolutions made by peasants are, you know, they get squashed. You need a counter-elite, and that's a fucking problem right now. We don't have any counter-elite. Any serious ones. I don't think Rupert Lowe in the UK would want to get rid of, would want to take women's rights away, to use the acronym. I don't think he'd want to do that. Yeah, localism is the fix. Well, yeah, you always start off small and then you go big. It's never, revolution is never, a revolution does not take place in a week. They just don't. There is no grand sweeping fit. I mean, well, what do you mean by localism, Dusty? Damn, Raisin, you missed 15 minutes of the stream? All right, Dusty, I'll let you chat. I'm talking about outlasting these people, building up a local community. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you mean. That's absolutely part of the plan too. Like, we can't, like, it's not gonna be a thing of, oh, we need to unite with the left and the right. It's like, no. That's never gonna happen. We are diametrically opposed to each other at this point. It's just impossible. It's impossible to heal the divide, as some would like to frame. Like Pretoria and Enclave. Yeah, enclaving is also gonna be the way forward. You know, stuff like Return to the Land. Oh, 1 second. Okay. But yeah, stuff like Return to the Land, you know? That's, I highly applaud that group. Alrighty, you guys ready to learn about the Lindsay Clancy murder trial? So, I usually don't like to look at mainstream, but I think it does. I think it doesn't hurt. At least, I don't think it hurts this time. I don't think it hurts this time. And this is just kind of a general synopsis. But let's start reading. So this was this was from literally yesterday. From a guy and a bitch. I don't care about their names. So let's read about it. Lindsay Clancy's murder trial is in the hands of a jury after months of searing testimony about the deaths of her 3 children in 2023 and the psychiatric problems she experienced before she killed them. Closing arguments concluded Thursday in the case, which has sparked debate online and demonstrations outside the courthouse over maternal well-being and the mental health system. I know, save it for later, Creamsicle. Save it for later. The jury was sent off to deliberate at around 12:30 p.m. Here are some basics about the case. Who is this whore? This murderous, evil Jew whore. Clancy, 36, is a Massachusetts woman who is charged with the murder in the deaths of her children. Cora, 5, Dawson, 3, and Callan, 8 months. Let's read that part again. 5, 3, and 8. 5, 3, and 8 months. Do you understand? Do you understand how young her kids were when she killed them? She hasn't disputed killing them, but has pleaded not guilty to murder by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. Clancy was on maternity leave from her job as a labor and delivery nurse when the children were strangled on January 4th, 2023. She has been in custody since. What happened to her family? The children were strangled with exercise bands in their home in coastal Duxbury, Massachusetts. Their father, Patrick Clancy, discovered them in the basement when he returned from errands. Lindsay had asked him to run. Okay, so how this is premeditated murder. You have a bunch of dumb fucking broads tell them, you know, you have a bunch of dumb fucking broads who are telling people that it's like, oh no, she's a victim, I'm insanity. But it's like, no. If somebody, this is entirely premeditated. If she is sending her husband, her husband to do errands, okay, so she could be alone with them, so she could kill them, that is premeditated. Yes, Dusty, feel free to send me a link in the DMs. He found her badly injured in the yard, where she landed after jumping from a second-story window. She remains paralyzed from the waist down and uses a wheelchair. Okay, that's why she uses a wheelchair. I see. Because she tried to kill herself right after, so she could get out of responsibility. I don't care about the fucking trigger warning. Let's see, what is the trial about? The trial hinges on Clancy's mental health and whether she understood that killing the children was wrong. Oh, wow. The way that we're gonna prosecute her is by telling her that this was wrong, not that she fucking killed them. That's the issue here. She killed her kids. Prosecutors contend that she did, and that she acted intentionally. They noted she was involved in everyday activities the day of the killing, such as taking her children to the doctor and playing with them in the snow. Oh my goodness. Wow. Just wow. That's fucking evil right there. Lull them into a false sense of security and then fucking kill them. That's evil. That's absolutely fucking evil. Execute this woman. Execute her. She's proven guilty. And if she's not proven guilty, well, that sets a horrible precedent for basically every single fucking murder case, past, present, and future. If the people care about justice, they should be trying to get justice for the children she murdered. And yes, I do remember Casey Anthony. A lot of people have been bringing up that whore again. She's walking free, and now she got remarried and has a family. She also strangled her kids to death. Yep, he walks free. Our world hates children, man. Whether it's in the womb, out of the womb. If they're in the womb, well, we'll get to talking about abortion later. But then, and if they're out of the womb, well, you have psychotic bitches like Lindsay Clancy and Casey Anthony. And if they're not being killed, they're being groomed by our school system into being mentally ill eunuchs. Satan hates the innocent he cannot corrupt, so he works to destroy that which he cannot have. Exactly, Dusty, exactly. It's all like this hatred of children that we have in the West is all satanic. It's all satanic. Let's see. Continuing on. The prosecution claims she deliberately sent her then husband on errands to get him out of the house, and prosecutors have questioned the seriousness of her suicide attempt. Clancy's lawyer, Kevin Reddington. Oh yeah, women are absolutely fawning over for this guy because we'll get into that article later. But this motherfucker decided to take on this case. Mikola, by the way, another incident has occurred. Details are hazy. We're gonna be covering that too, Mikola. We're gonna be covering that too. A little later though. But I am sadly aware of that case where an 11-month-old was shot by his mother to basically spite the husband over custody, like what you wrote. Why do you think my rant and my community posts include a I hate the Antichrist? Based. Very based. You should hate the Antichrist. 100%. Maintains that she was so mentally ill that she shouldn't be held criminally responsible for the killings. According to her defense, she had bipolar disorder and postpartum psychosis. This is the one that's getting everybody all pissed off, myself included. Postpartum depression doesn't mean you kill your fucking kids! And ultimately, it led her to believe she heard a voice telling her to kill the children so she could end her own life. In diary entries Clancy wrote in the months before the killing, she described feeling anxious, overwhelmed, and preoccupied with the details of her infant's care, beset by brain fog and desperate to get a mental break from taking care of everyone. It's the Julian feast day, so I'm consuming meat again. Gotcha. For the Dormition, that is. I see. Both the prosecution and the defense have drawn on expert testimony to support their contrasting views on Clancy's mental state at the time of the killings. One forensic psychiatrist testifying for the defense said Clancy was clearly psychotic. Who is the forensic psychologist? Okay, no, I'm not reading. I'm not reading that. And anybody who is saying postpartum depression, caused her to kill her kids is just bullshit. They should not be speaking. They should join with her on the electric chair. Okay, that was rather harsh, but I'm very pissed off at the people who are defending this murderer. The prosecution's experts agreed that she had serious psychological problems, but said she wasn't psychotic. They also questioned Clancy's account of being commanded by a voice, and asserted that she knew right from wrong and had control of her behavior. Okay, yeah, we don't need to go into postpartum psychosis. Yeah, we know this is stuff after childbirth. Okay. Did Clancy try to get help? According to the court testimony and exhibits, Clancy's psychiatric decline began around 3 months after Callan was born. As she looked ahead to returning to work, starting in September 2022, she sought help from multiple providers and programs, even checking herself into a psychiatric hospital for several days in early January 2023. Her defense maintains that her care was disjointed and that her medications were poorly managed or even improper. Clancy and her husband have separately sued several people who treated her. Those claims have yet played out in civil court. Prosecutors sought to underscore that Clancy had ample access to care, but sometimes disregarded providers' advice, switched among providers, and stopped taking certain medications. The clinician testified that although she reported feeling suicidal, she denied having a plan to harm herself or anyone else and didn't exhibit signs of mania or psychosis. According to Clancy's mother, we'll get to that. We'll get to her in a minute. However, Clancy told her mom and then husband in December 2022 that she thought about harming the children. Wow. She chose not to take the witness stand. She watched the proceedings from the defense table, occasionally weeping. Oh, right. Fucking crocodile tears right there. She's only crying so she could get off scot-free. As when prosecutors showed autopsy photos of the children to the jury. What are the possible outcomes? If Clancy is convicted, her sentence could be as severe as life in prison without the possibility of parole. If she's found not guilty due to a lack of criminal responsibility, the court will decide whether she can be released from custody or should remain confined in a state mental health facility. Yeah, no. Life in prison. No. I don't want her for life in prison. No, absolutely not. I'm not gonna be paying $600. It's like what, $68,000 a year in tax dollars that would go to Clancy? No, abso-fucking-lutely not. Death penalty. Death penalty. I know she's in Massachusetts, a very cucked liberal state. But yeah, no. Death penalty. And public execution, I'd say. Public execution. Oh boy. Oh boy. You see what we're already getting into here, fellas. You see what we're getting into here, Sticks? That's the general background of the case. But now that we know, before we continue, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think so far? Well, what do you guys think? Is she guilty? Is she guilty or is she not? There's only one correct answer to this, by the way. When I think of mass, I think about the arms that commemorate MLK, but instead it looks like an arm's cradling a dick. And the Raisin says, I think I'm tired of this. Oh, Raisin. Oh, Raisin. you're gonna be in for quite the stream. Good answer, Mikola. Good answer. I am hoping to see the rest of the chat say such a result. And yes, it does get worse, Dusty, and we're gonna go over how it gets worse. Neither do I, Raisin. It's fucking evil. It's fucking evil. But okay, now we could actually pause the music. So let's keep going. We have this post here from. Of course it gets worse. Paisios' prophecy hasn't even begun yet. Indeed. Dusty says, do you need to know what my response is when I went off about Powder and her fans? Same penalty for being evil pieces of filth. I think I know the solution. I think I know your solution, Dusty. It do be looking like that, Mr. Rugburn. Supporting abortion, child murder. Yeah. But here we have this post from End Wokeness. Lindsay Clancy brutally strangled her 3 kids to death. Current scene outside the courthouse. So this is from a little over a week ago. But this is still happening.
Hold your hands in a high. Show a high. Show a high for Lindsay. It's a mental health.
Fucking hell, look at this shit. Look at this shit.
I don't know if you'll ever have this many one time.
I see a fucking cuck male in here too. I see a cuck male in this background.
Who may understand all of us on a level that others.
No, abso-fucking-lutely not. People are... This is literal mass formation psychosis right here. This is taking me back to some very, very dark times in my life where, I was living, when I was living through the fucking lockdowns. That's what this whole scene reminds me of. Everybody is acting fucking psychotic. Also, are they doing the Illuminati pyramid sign? They're trying to do like a heart, but as it turns out, it kind of looks like the Illuminati pyramid sign. Postnut says, just in case you needed a reason to repeal the 19th. Yep, we have more than enough reasons to repeal the 19th Amendment. 105 years of rights, and this is where it led to. But I'm gonna take a look at some of the replies here. So, Asmongold, the simple solution to this is really simple. You mobilize Child Protective Services to take the kids away from the mothers who support Lindsay Clancy. Then you institutionalize the mothers. This gives you cause to declare them mentally unfit in order to take away their voting rights. Problem solved. Oh, I mean, I think we could take things one step further. I think we can. We always do here on the Kreemsicle channel. How am I going to take it one step further? If there were any mothers who tried to actually do anything bad to their kids, the death penalty, that's always a good start. I'm sure if Kizza were in here, I'm sure he'd come up with some excellent ideas for executions. Ideas. Who would even listen to a 138-year-old boomer like me? And then Proverbs 9:13. A foolish woman is clamorous. She is simple and knoweth nothing. And then, yeah, Maria Grace. I see Maria Grace here. Kangmin Lee. Women. We got Shoe on Head, Andrew Colvett. Andrew Colvett, the TPUSA guy, is talking about mass formation psychosis. Carmelo Anthony for white women, says Shoe on Head. And here are the pictures of here's like a picture of her children. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, kiddos. You didn't deserve to be killed by your own mother. Matt Van Swol. I have to be honest here. I never thought I'd see the day that hundreds of women bring their own children with them to a rally for the release of a woman who strangled hers to death. I honestly don't know where we go from here. This is insanely radicalizing to watch. Absolutely true. It certainly has radicalized me further than I thought I could be. Especially on the women issue. Alrighty. Next post. So now, ever since this whole case started happening, we're starting to see copycat killers. We have a North Dakota mom who cut 3 kids' throats in their beds before cops followed the blood trail to the evil scene. And then Art of Purpose says, I told people there would be sympathy murders. Wow. Golly. I also knew, like, whenever there's like a high profile case like this, the same thing happened with the Carmelo Anthony trial. There were, a lot of black people got very radicalized by the whole thing for, tribal warfare. Nobody wants to talk about that angle, though. nobody wanted to talk about race when that was all going down, except for us on the far right. I think this time it's a little different because, people aren't scared of talking about, the gender war. Oh Lord, I remember calling this exact scenario a week ago where there'd be copycat killers. Oh yeah, like there's always going to be copycat killers whenever like a high profile case like that is going down. They're going to feel, they're going to see, a theory that I've seen, even other women are saying this theory too, that a lot of the people who are supporting Lindsay Clancy have either A, killed their kids either in or out of the womb, or want to kill their kids in or out of the womb, and they're basically just trying to just push some of the blame off themselves, and they're trying to push the blame off themselves and rally around somebody who doesn't deserve it. So this is another definition of rallying when it comes to GSR. So GSR stands for gossip, shaming, rallying. This is how women attack. This is how women go on the attack. For the sake of the R, the rallying, women will rally each other to be against another woman, or they will rally for another woman to protect her from supposed wrongdoing, even though Lindsay Clancy killed her fucking kids. Next post. A new trend. Let's throw ice at your bathtub so you don't hurt your kid. Bro, this video has been trending like fucking wildfire. This has absolutely radicalized. This was the video. It wasn't just the case that radicalized the normies. It was videos like this that really settled it in that, maybe the guys in the manosphere were not all that wrong. Yeah, they are supporting her to shift social acceptance so they could get away with crimes in the future. It is the same way Hollywood sympathizes with evil. Some days as a mom, my patience is hard to control. And, because of that, you want to fucking kill your kids? There's a good possibility when the kid gets older, he's gonna see his mom just like do this shit, and he's gonna be so embarrassed. He's also gonna probably have a lot of issues with women in general too when he finds out that this is how vindictive they are. It allows me to feel angry without being destructive. Kyrie Jesus Christe eleison. Kyrie Jesus Christe eleison. Ah, yes. Kyrie eleison. Lord have mercy. Lord Jesus Christ have mercy. Is some of this performative? Yeah, I could see that. But at the same time, it's like, she is kind of, women love talking about themselves, and they will provide kind of an insight into their world. Not done yet. The aftermath. Ooh. If that, I worry for the kid, man. If if that kid pisses her off enough times, I have a feeling she might kill her kid. The kind of hate you have to have in you to do that. I'm lucky I'm alive, says Dusty. Yeah, me too. I'm glad that my mom understands the virtue of patience. We might bicker a lot, but we love each other, and it seems like I worry for a lot of kids in the coming generations, man. I really do. Make sure you set up your phone at the right angle to capture your unbridled rage first. Is this the female version of punching a hole in the wall? Let's see. Wow. Oh, and like I said about other women defending Lindsay Clancy, we have a quote-unquote conservative woman, Tomi Lahren, talking here. I could put on the music again. I know. So, did you know who? I'll tell you guys who Tomi Lahren is. She's basically she's a covert feminist. Had a debate with Andrew Wilson before and lost horribly. But yeah, she is a female chameleon, you could say. You know, she says all the traditional things, but then you actually look into her life. She has no kids, dating a Chad, no kids, and a quote-unquote conservative. And yes, I agree, Postnut, Tommy is horrible, but let's read what she has to say. I know a lot of Republicans don't want to hear this, but the right is on the verge of making the same mistake with young women that the left did with young men. I know some of these women are fun to mock, I get it, and I do it too. But we have to do better if we want to bring them over to our side. If we totally alienate young women, we will not win elections. We have to find a way to appeal to them. Motherfucker. No! No! Absolutely not! I don't want, no. Just no. The reason why young women are like this, the reason why young women are radicalized to the left is because the left is very good at propagandizing the retarded. Simple as, really. But I think Kangman Lee actually expresses this a little better than I am right now. I'm still kind of clouded with fury. Women have spent the past week fawning over, defending, and identifying with a woman who strangled her 3 babies to death. You can't reason with insane, morally depraved people. Exactly, Kangman. Exactly. That's the thing. And Tomi Lahren, by proxy, I think is defending Lindsay Clancy. With this post right here, she's trying to defend Lindsay Clancy for some fucking reason. Probably some weird tribal obligation. Coddle women. So Brian Atlas, the guy who made the Whatever podcast, coddled women who defended a mom for killing her 3 children, or women who won't vote for us. Nah, they could get fucked. I agree. In the future, I hope elections don't matter and showcases of force do. Don't think women will be winning those anytime soon. They don't really like guns very much. Well, unless it's to kill children, I guess. What if we just outright said no more voting and went feudal and took care of our own, lived as God wanted us to? Well, you see, Dusty, we can't have that in Clown World because so Dusty, people legitimately think food comes from the grocery store. I don't think those people will be able to live on their own, let alone grow food or learn how to grow food. Seriously, the women who are defending Lindsay Clancy most likely believe that, you know, that food comes from the fucking grocery store. Golly. Next post. So, we have a post from Kangman Lee here. It could be me. Lock all these women up. I'm not even exaggerating. They are a threat to any children in their immediate vicinity. Well, Kangman, that's a little cray-cray. But let's actually take a look at the video that he linked before we make any judgments.
Like the system failed her.
The system failed. The system failed her. The system failed her, so it's justifiable that she killed her 3 children. Golly, these women.
She was begging for help, but no one was there. I don't know if us being here will make her feel any better, but I mean, she's living in hell right now.
Just wanted to support Lindsay and just say it could be.
Why are there? My fucking goodness! Why are there Ukrainian and Mexican flags and Iranian flags? What the fuck?
You know, one of my sister-in-laws. It could be one of my best friends, and it could be me.
If it could be you, yep, I lock them up, put them in cages, lock them up. I'm going full cage pill right now. Lock them up. Lock them up. That seems to be the more desirable outcome. Lock them up. Just lock them up. It could be any of us. Lock them up. Lock all these women up. They're supporting a they're supporting a murderer. They're supporting a murderer.
So just here to support.
We are hearing her. We see that she tried everything. And I really do believe that she went into a state of psychosis.
Wow. Yeah, well, she went into a state of psychosis. Well, totally. It wasn't like it was premeditated or anything. Man, if this case, I swear, if this case does not end her being guilty, that's gonna set a horrible fucking precedent. Horrible fucking precedent. She tried everything outside of getting help, which her husband was trying to get help for. She walks, mark my words. If she walks, that will be rolls out on a wheelchair. That would be a horrible precedent. That would be a horrible precedent for, like what I said, for any murder case, past, present, and future. Including the Carmelo Anthony case. Or the Austin Metcalf case, I should say.
Clancy's supporters call her attorney Kevin Reddington a champion of women's rights.
Is she aware of this support, and what does she think of this support?
I'm going to go in and see her right now. I'm sure that she is, and if she isn't, she will be.
What do you think about?
She's so beat up.
The Dusty is right.
So,
oh boy.
Sad. This will really help.
That's one nickel I don't want to put in your coin jar, Dusty. But if it happens, I won't have a choice.
We're out, I think.
Tell her we love her.
The crowd of about 200 to 300 people lined the road as Lindsay Clancy was brought into the courthouse.
I hope when this is all over that
Do you guys also notice something about the women who are commenting? They're old. Their eggs are all crusty, musty, and dusty. They're ugly too. Mad ugly. There was like one hot chick in that crowd, and that just tells me psychopath. And really, anybody who supports murder to me is a psychopath. Watch how quickly she'll run out of that chair when retribution arrives. Oh boy. Well, she is paralyzed from the waist down, so I don't know about that.
medical field gets, held responsible for some of this, because she tried desperately to get help, and it wasn't there.
I wouldn't be surprised if these were also the people who were very much fans of Luigi Mangione. You guys remember that guy, right? Old Luigi. Look, don't get me wrong. I fucking despise the American healthcare system too. Murder's not how you get that end. That's a joke. I don't think she's even paralyzed now.
Whether she's
I
guilty,
think she still is. She has to be rolled in.
It doesn't really matter. 3 lives are gone. Lives are gone. Really, it doesn't really.
Why
matter.
are you
3
here?
Lives are gone, and so just get to the truth.
Why are you at the rally? Why are you at the fucking rally then, broad? If you care about the lives of the children who she killed, why are you here? Why are you supporting her? Just get to the truth. She admitted it. Yes, that's also true. She did admit that she murdered the kids. And she'll still be rolling. What a fucking disgrace, man. Oh, yeah. So, literally a few days after Candace's debate with Andrew Wilson, that debate, I fucking hated it personally. That debate, we all lost that debate. But look at Candace Owens. She's saying, Candace Owens is saying Lindsay Clancy is not guilty. Kreem, have you ever seen the Nicolas Cage movie Face Off? I have not. I don't think I've really seen any of Nicolas Cage's work. But getting back to what we have here, before we get to our first video segment of the night. Oh, man. Of fucking course Candace would say some retarded shit like this. Of course she would. After all, Candace is very much known as it came to me in a dream that Charlie Kirk told me that TPUSA betrayed him. There are things I want to say to this woman right fucking now, but I have to hold my tongues.
Arrested the moment that it made the news. Lindsay Clancy is obviously not guilty. There are a fleet of doctors who should be imprisoned for what they put her on. I regularly speak out against Big Pharma. They get away with murder all the time. And in this case, they are getting away with the murder of really her 3 children, but also completely destroyed her
you're
life.
all right,
When Lindsay Clancy, in my opinion, is not guilty. She was put into an intentional psychosis.
And you have no proof for your fucking claims. You have no proof for your fucking claims. Just like with Charlie Kirk.
When she probably just needed to give her kids away for a weekend to get better, but they constantly give you these drugs that do not make things better. And the cocktail of 10 pharmaceuticals that she was on is absolute.
Look, I don't deny that I don't think people should be on SSRIs. They're not needed most of the time. And I'm glad there are people who are kind of figuring out how to actually combat against that shit. But no, Lindsay Clancy murdered her 3 children. That's the facts. It's not psychosis. Psychosis doesn't matter. And exactly, Rexus, she lied about taking medication. In terms of her problems, there's no solving it without some manner of sedative because she was insane. And then let's see. And Wokeness says, I'm shocked, completely shocked. Retard Finder says, what the fuck, she's losing her mind. LP says, Candace knows where her bread is buttered. Kagi is top gal. Arrest Candace. The Wynons are gonna love this one, says Tony Rigatoni. Yeah, the uncensored AI, man. The guy who runs this account is a massive fucking Candace simp. The AI itself is really good. I use it in some of my research, but the guy who runs the account is, holy shit, can he be retarded sometimes. Okay. You see the problem. Now let's get into something a bit more on the funny side, shall we? I remember Spoon and Aiden and Bill were watching this on the Broken Crown. Dusty, who's the Candace simp? Uncensored AI, the guy who runs the account. The guy who runs the Uncensored AI account. But here, we have a really funny video from, let's see, 4 days ago. So literally on Monday. Women are being weaponized. Modern digital safari. Let's get started.
Point where modern empathy stops being compassionate.
The modern
and
heifer.
becomes utterly unhinged, and the online discourse.
And yes, this was made with AI, but it's a pretty creative use of it, I'd say.
Surrounding Lindsay Clancy and her case is its absolute ground zero. Observe now, through the digital undergrowth of the timeline, a fascinating specimen operating in its native habitat.
We've learned a lot more about Lindsay Clancy's husband as the trial has played out, and women are clocking every tidbit. Patrick Clancy was a man who failed his wife and kids. He didn't grow up, lead, or take responsibility for his family. He was a man who wanted kids and who allowed his wife to sacrifice her body to produce.
Now, do you see what these feminist wrenches are saying about her husband? It's like Dusty says he failed. I'm sorry, what? He was doing errands for the family. He was sent out to do an errand before she killed her kids.
Them, but then didn't make sacrifices to care for that body when it needed help as a result. In the U.S., people heavily chastise women who won't have kids, but also hang mothers by a noose when they struggle and fail. I think that stops with this case in the court of public opinion.
Sorry, whore. The court of public opinion is actually against deranged lunatics like yourself. I am really trying my hardest to hold my tongue here. All 8 of them.
Here, nestled within the algorithmic brush of social media, we find Moralis performativus, a creature known colloquially to researchers of online discourse as the armchair ideologue. Notice the posture, completely insulated from physical reality, yet utterly convinced of its supreme vantage point above the herd.
Specimen, the digital outrage moralist, Tribus sanctimonious, otherwise known as Vacula mala. Habitat, 280 character microterritories. Primary behavior, reflexive inversion of cause, effect.
Bro, that's holy shit, this chick gets her own. This chick gets her own. Reflexive inversion of cause and effect and culpability.
And culpability.
Consider the specimen's display ritual, perfectly captured in posts dissecting the Lindsay Clancy tragedy. The text unspooled with clinical detachment from the actual crime scene. Patrick Clancy was a man who failed his wife and kids. He didn't grow up, lead, or take responsibility for his family. So on and
oh my goodness.
so forth.
Patrick Clancy took 12 weeks paternity leave and began working from home following the end of his leave. He was actively involved in parenting and his wife's medical treatments. We have all these sources right here, even from mainstream media, that are saying this.
It's a breathtaking display of ideological acrobatics. In the wild, when an
Hold on, what?
It's a
What was
breathtaking
that?
display of ideological.
The libertarian mama. This is a reason why I fucking despise libertarians. The more I read about this, the more I'm convinced he absolutely did it and convinced her that she did it. And then I've covered a lot of the theories here. I haven't followed the case closely enough to be comfortable making that accusation, but there's definitely holes and problems with this timeline that need to be addressed to clear his name. Oh my fucking goodness.
Let's blow those whining women back to the Dark Ages right where they belong! Let's blow those whining women back to the Dark Ages right where they belong!
Motherfucker! How are there you feel like there's holes in the case. Not that there are. You feel that way. Not that it's actually the case. Again, it's the same thing. Going back to Candace Owens. She feels like Tyler Robinson didn't murder Charlie Kirk. She feels that way. Not that it was.
acrobatics. In the wild, when an apex crisis occurs, standard evolutionary logic dictates identifying the actual source of destruction. But for this particular breed of commentator, reality must be filtered through a rigid tribal lens. In this closed ecological niche, the creature survives on a very specific food source, pure synthesized outrage. It grazes endlessly on tragedy, stripping away the actual human facts to ferment a dense cud of self-righteous indignation. This offshoot diet of bad takes and manufactured grievance doesn't nourish intellect, rather it bloats the specimen with a profound performative stupidity that it mistakes for moral illumination. The more
Basically just reminds me of all the leftists I argue with on Twitter. This chick's nailing down her own to a T.
more distorted the reality, the richer the feast. To maintain the safety of the ideological hive, the narrative undergoes a total inversion. The predator-victim flip. The physical actor, who strangled 3 children with exercise bands, is magically stripped of agency, reduced to an inert vessel battered by circumstance. Second, the designated scapegoat. The father, who was running an errand for medicine and food, who returned to find his family destroyed, and who begged the public to find forgiveness in their hearts, is identified as the primary culprit for failing to possess psychic foresight and traditional patriarchal omnipotence. And lastly, the performative purr. Having successfully turned harrowing family slaughter into a lecture on male domestic leadership, the specimen signals to the rest of the flock that it has achieved moral enlightenment. In the ecosystem of the internet, this behavior serves a vital survival function. It protects the commentator from ever having to confront messy, horrifying human realities, while grapple with severe psychiatric catastrophe or individual.
This is why women can't really be on the internet, man. They're just unfit to be dealing with all the brutal, harsh reality of the world. And as somebody who's seen a lot of gore videos in his lifetime, life can absolutely be brutal. One moment you're intact, the next thing you get into a brutal car accident, and you got impaled onto something. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Seen someone crushed by a tractor in person. Yep. No doubt something like that, that cemented the idea that this world is cruel. Whenever that happened. But women, like, the fact that they do this in the first place tells me that they're really not meant to be seeing, they're meant to be, taking care of children. They're meant to be, they're not meant to be out in the world. Like, the way that men, that's another difference between men and women, is how we process seeing shit like our friends dying before our eyes. Like, in brutal circumstances.
Culpability when you can simply point a finger across the digital savannah, blame the nearest surviving male, and bask in the warm glow of unearned superiority.
I think that we are all watching Lindsay Clancy realize she actually didn't kill those fucking kids. Why did he need a GoFundMe? Is he paying for her lawyer? $1.7 million for what? How much does a funeral cost?
Now let us venture deeper into the digital underbrush, past the casual...
What the hell is this?
I'm sorry. What? Chica, you dumb broad. Do you understand that funerals can be very pricey? I don't think she does. And then also, I think, I do think some of that money is also being used to help him get back on his feet, and they don't mind that. They don't mind that.
And you'll encounter an even more astonishing evolutionary dead end. Stultus delirius, The delusional fool. Notice the characteristic dead eyes of the specimen. It is a hollow, unblinking gaze that signals a complete severance from the physical world. The eyes do not match the horrific gravity of 3 dead offspring. Instead, they are glazed over with the intoxicating, vacant thrill of a true crime podcast consumer who has entirely lost the plot. You're looking at a creature
It's like what Aiden said on the Broken Crown. It's like women, women are fucking addicted to true crime. This is how they process a lot of things now, is through the lens of true crime. And they think of shit like this as wow, I get to contribute. I actually get to do something. But I get to do it all from the safety of my own home. My goodness.
completely detached from reality.
Specimen. The conspiracy revisionist. Stultus delirious.
Stultus
Habitat,
delirious.
Deep thread comment sections and TikTok true crime algorithms. Primary behavior. Total fabrication of alternate realities.
Listen closely to its call.
He is fucking panicking right now. He's got a family member in law enforcement. The new wife's husband is connected to Hollywood. He's living in a high-rise in Manhattan with a new doctor wife and a new baby. This man has not shed one tear.
This creature does not merely shift blame like its cousin Vacula Mala. It actively attempts to rewrite the fundamental laws of physics and evidence. In its most bizarre mating display, the specimen posits that the perpetrator is suddenly realizing she didn't do it. To sustain this fantasy, the creature must ignore the crime scene, the timeline, the medical records, and even the defense's own legal strategy.
Usually when I pull shit out of my ass, I'm doing it with stuff I've seen out there. Yeah, again, the reason why women think like this, again, this has been talked about like time and time again. It's because, you know, it's been said that women have the minds of children. And something children have in general is, you know, active imaginations. And this is what we're seeing here with Lindsay Clancy, with her supporters.
Instead, it builds an elaborate conspiracy out of digital scraps and paranoid logic. The proof of the husband's ultimate guilt? He's paying for the lawyer. The latest smoking gun uncovered by...
What? He's paying for the... Okay, so he has lawyer fees too to worry about. My goodness. Ugh. I swear, women have ruined conspiracy theories. Because now, what happens? This is what happens when conspiracy theories become female dominated, is that they just become true crime podcasts.
Are armchair investigators. The surviving male, after enduring the total destruction of his home and family in 2023, eventually divorced the perpetrator and killer, relocated hundreds of miles away to the land of New York, and years later, quietly remarried.
Behavioral paradox. The crime of moving on.
The crime of moving on. And yes, Rexus, women do ruin everything.
Reaction. Outrage at the surviving victim for not remaining an eternal widower. Specimen logic. Rebuilding a shattered life equals forensic culpability.
In the wild.
That is literally the logic that these horrors are operating off of. Oh, he has to be, with her forever. He has to, but I don't have to because, I could just sleep around with Chad and, it's okay. He dumped me this time. I'm sure Brad or Tyrone will get with me next time. But he has to stay with her forever because that's what love is. See the kind of logic. It's hard for me to actually come up with stuff like this, but this is how This is how women go about criticizing men. You see, it's all sex shock and stupid to them. That's what a lot of these feminine true crime podcasts are. It's sex shock and stupid, and that's basically what women like as a whole. That's kind of how they respond to stuff. You know, who's having sex with who? Wow, I can't believe that, this happened because because he's having sex with her. It's stupid. I think we've already witnessed quite a bit of stupid.
Standard survival instincts dictate that an organism fleeing a catastrophic disaster will eventually attempt to rebuild its nest. But to Stultus Delirus, the fact that a grieving father didn't remain permanently frozen in agonizing grief and dared to co-found a charity in his children's honor while attempting to piece together a new life years later is treated as definitive proof of a sinister plot.
With a new doctor wife and a new baby, this man has not shed one tear.
In the terminal stage of its delusion, the specimen reaches its most breathtaking conclusion, implying, with a smug, vacant certainty, that the survivor.
I already witnessed the sex and encouraged a guy to go up unprovoked and ask a furry if he had any LSD because it's funny. What?
Living father must somehow be the true architect of the crime.
Oh, yeah.
By completely untethering from human decency and forensic reality, the specimen achieves its ultimate survival goal. It successfully transforms the harrowing murder of 3 young offspring into a personalized, interactive, true crime soap opera where the commentator gets to play the sole, enlightened detective.
Earlier this year, a TikToker by the name of Ashley Gilliard was...
I hope Patrick Clancy sues everyone who's falsely accusing him for having everything y'all have. I hope he does something about these whores too, man. I hope so.
Ordered to pay $10 million to a Idaho professor. Why, you might say? Because Ashley was making videos falsely accusing Idaho professor Rebecca Schofield for murdering 4 college students. I hope Patrick Clancy sues every single one of you guys who was falsely accusing him of murdering his children when we know who did it for every single thing that you got. I hope that there are some attorneys right now documenting and saving all of these videos so when this Lindsay Clancy trial is over, they just go to Patrick and say, don't worry, we got you some more money.
Field researchers of internet culture, prominent observers like Shoe-On Head, have catalogued the bizarre pack mechanics.
Let's see, what did Shoe have to
prominent
say?
Observers like Shoe.
Ironic for me to ask what a woman is saying. But oh yeah. Over $700,000 now raised for a woman who strangled her 3 children to death with exercise ropes. Every single donation is from a woman. Hundreds of thousands of women in a TikTok true crime psychosis where they believe the husband did it because he looks mean. We are literally witnessing the best example of mass formation psychosis.
One Head have catalogued the bizarre pack mechanics of these creatures for years. When one of their own commits an act of catastrophic violence, the flock does not scatter in horror. Instead, they exhibit a rare social behavior. They swarm together, pool digital currency, and establish crowdfunding reserves to shield the perpetrator from the consequences of the kill. In the broader animal kingdom, maternal filial cannibalism or termination is well documented. Under extreme environmental stress, malnutrition, or postpartum disorientation, a mother might cull her litter to conserve resources or in a chaotic reflexive snap. Yet, evolutionary biology records no precedent of fellow herd animals actively fundraising to reward or facilitate the destruction of the offspring. While an animal in a blind, fleeting panic might bolt off a cliff or drive a vehicle into a lake in a single unthinking instant, it is an entirely different biological reality to methodically, deliberately stalk each individual offspring one by one and cut their lives short through prolonged, agonizing strangulation.
Biological phenomenon. Parasitic behavioral inversion. Mechanism. Neuroideological hijacking. Meme-born toxoplasmosis.
Yeah, nobody really... I have a feeling a lot of people don't really know what, mimetic actually means. It's the whole DNA of the soul. That thing from Metal Gear Solid. We all view memes as something we share around with people. But memes are basically cultural genetics in a way. Like genes, memes. But basically, mimetic-born toxoplasmosis, fancy word right there, I know. Basically, they just, rather than actually talking with words, they talk in memes. It's actually quite a lot like how black people talk on Twitter with the looping. We'll just put it at that, with looping. You guys are watching Alteori. I've been watching her for years. Yeah, this is a video from her.
Symptom: selective predatory sympathy paired with severe host self-sabotage.
The hypocrisy within the herd is staggering. Many of these same specimens aggressively signal absolute moral purity, championing veganism, weeping over the ethical treatment of livestock, and demanding endless grace and rehabilitation for violent criminal predators that actively hunt in their own territory. They extend boundless mercy to apex threats, while exhibiting utter contempt for the innocent offspring and the surviving father who attempted to protect them. This suggests we are not dealing with standard evolutionary drift, but a full-scale cognitive plague, much like the Spinochordotes tellini, the parasitic horsehair worm that hijacks the nervous system of a cricket and forces it into the water to drown, or Toxoplasma gondii, which rewires a rodent's brain chemistry to make it sexually attracted to the scent of cat urine, so the feline predator can easily consume it and complete the parasite's life cycle. A digital pathogen has hijacked their faculties. The host...
Exactly. This is why when you're trying to find a good woman, you have this is a necessity. I see what Legion of Men was trying to say about that. It took me a while to truly understand it. You gotta worry about body count. There's so many things you have to worry about, but the most important things are body count and social media usage. And if she uses social media, you better see what kind, you must know what kind of shit she watches on there. But generally speaking, you don't really want a bitch who's on social media. So, like, again, that is the for us guys, the comparable vice would be pornography. Pornography appeals to all, very much a lot of the things about male nature and the male brain. Social media it creates the exact same issues with women. If she watches TikTok, immediately pass. Yeah, because out of all the social media platforms, TikTok is easily the most corrosive. There have been so many videos about how it's corrosive. That might be a stream on its own one of these days. And there's more studies that are coming out about short-form content. I wouldn't be surprised if there were studies of short-form vertical content. Because a lot of people, they watch it vertically. I wouldn't be surprised if there's any future studies about that which include that specific format.
Host's mind has been effectively taken over by ideological parasites, forcing the creature to sabotage its own territory, dismantle basic human empathy, and clear the path for the very predators that destroy them. Scan now along the comment margins, and you will spot yet another distinct variety.
It's like, yeah, something else too. This is going to be a little off topic, but who do you think voted for the migrants to come into Europe? The fighting-aged young men. Who do you think voted for that, for them to come in? Same thing with the illegals in America, and how even like the quote unquote legal migrants. I'll give you guys a little bit of time to kind of figure that out. You guys got any answers? No? Well, I'll tell you the answer. It's women. It's majority women who vote for this shit. I guess we should basically become tech priests, all of us, because we still seem normal despite using it. The rest, especially women, keep them off the net.
Sanctimonia Hippocrata, the pious moralist. Notice how this specimen vocalizes into the digital canopy.
May God's truth and our love be with you. Don't give up.
It is a fascinating behavioral contradiction. The creature drapes itself in the plumage of religious virtue, offering unconditional tenderness to a predator while completely bypassing the most basic tenets of its purported creed, chief among them the foundational command, thou shalt not kill.
It's actually, thou shalt not murder. Small correction, it's thou shalt not murder. Because the reason why it's murder and not kill is because there will be times of war. Ecclesiastes 3, 1-8. It's like, yeah, there is a time for war. But murder, that's what Lindsay Clancy did, murder. That, God finds that evil. And Christ says the same thing in the New Testament.
Then again, field anthropologists might note a curious nuance in the creature's lore. The ancient texts do feature episodes of divine command to cull, perhaps most famously when Abraham raised the blade above his own offspring on the mountain. True, in that ancient narrative, a divine intervention halted the strike at the final second, but the modern specimen seems to operate on a corrupted script where the sacrifice is carried out in full, and the resulting slaughter is retroactively sanctified as an act of deserving gentle prayer.
She was a married single mom raising those kids herself. The 8-month-old baby was born. The 3- and 5-year-old were in daycare full time.
This is a great video debunking all the lies women are believing about Lindsay Clancy. She was a labor and delivery nurse. She shopped for medications. When the doctors didn't give her what she wanted, she found another doctor. Her husband started working remote to help with the kids. She had the village. She was simply evil.
Patrick took a 12-week paternity leave, and they hired a nanny to help with the newborn baby. After the 12-week leave was over, Patrick could see that Lindsay needed more help and support, so he decided to move his office into home and started working from home, so they decided they didn't need the nanny anymore because Patrick was going to stay home. And you guys are saying that this woman had no support? That is false. A key factor that you guys are missing of this whole entire thing, and you're letting this woman play on your emotions, she was a labor and delivery nurse herself. She was in this career path. Lindsay knew, she knew, if I tell my doctors that I am hearing voices and having thoughts of harming my children, they're going to be taken away from me. She knew that, okay? She is smart, she's calculated, and this was premeditated.
Exactly, Chica.
Going through actual psychosis.
And there are women. I have to give women credit there, because there have been actually a lot of them who have been going against this particular psychosis. Props to them if you're actually able to somewhat think.
Especially with the career path she was in, being very educated on this, she would have gone to her doctors and said, these kids, I need them away from me because I think I'm going to kill them. She didn't do that. Why? Because she wanted the opportunity to kill her 3 kids. She Googled how to kill.
Yep.
She Googled how long it would take Patrick to go from the house to the restaurant. Okay. She murdered 1 child. Patrick called. She missed the call. She called back after killing 1 child and said, we're good here. Everything's fine. We're fine. He was so neglectful, right? But he called her to check in on her. And then she went on to strangle 2 more children.
Well, you see, like him calling her was he was being neglectful. He was being neglectful because he was calling her, and that didn't happen.
And like you guys are arguing, well, it was like the medicine putting her in psychosis, like all of that. She was telling doctors that she was anxious and depressed, and she tried this medicine, but this medicine was giving her insomnia. And then the doctors were trying to work with her to find a good medication, but now you guys are saying like the Zoloft sent her into psychosis.
Yeah, Candace. That's what Candace Owens was saying. That's what Candace Owens was saying.
I thought you were trying to argue that it was postpartum psychosis, directly from giving birth and her hormones being up. It's like, you guys are letting a very smart and calculated woman manipulate you and play on your emotions, and it's working. And a jury really might let her walk because it's scary.
Yet, behavioral researchers...
Fun fact about the jury for this case. 9 women, 3 men. Oh boy, I wonder what's gonna happen.
Suspect something far more sinister lurks beneath this outpouring of maternal sympathy. Why would so many individual organisms rush to normalize and excuse the methodical destruction of young? One unsettling hypothesis suggests that these commentators are not merely defending Lindsay Clancy, they are probing the perimeter of their own accountability by establishing a precedent where maternal violence is entirely rebranded as blameless medical victimhood. The specimen secures a theoretical loophole for itself. It seeks reassurance that under the right label of stress and mental health, the ultimate transgression can be sanitized. This double standard collapses entirely when applied across the broader predatory landscape. Throughout history, the most prolific human predators, serial killers who stalk men, women, and children alike, almost universally suffer from severe psychological disorders, neurochemical imbalances.
Yeah, no shit. That's something else too that these women don't understand. It's like, well, yeah, every killer is a fucking loon. Every murderer is a fucking loon. But, my postpartum depression, no, she was feeling anxious and depressed, and it's like, motherfucker, that's no excuse to murder your children!
Trauma. Some go as far as mounting and displaying their carrion as a grim marker of dominance over their territory. Yet society does not shower these predators with crowdfunding campaigns or pious benedictions. That is
men don't do that. Men don't do this kind of shit. If they see that somebody is a convicted murderer, they're not going to, white men at least, white men. I have to make this racial because of the whole Carmelo Anthony thing. There have been plenty of black people who did condemn Carmelo Anthony for murdering Austin Metcalf, but not enough did. I'm sorry, not enough did. And what it seemed like from basically a lot of black people giving money to that family for somebody who killed someone else, Austin Metcalf. Yeah, they seem to basically just tribe up. They didn't give a shit about justice. The people who donated to that campaign and the people who defended him on Twitter and social media. Rexus says, let's see. Oh, never mind. Just Sheffo. My precious soul ignores the 2.3 billion abortions. Oh, don't worry, Rexus. We're gonna get to the topic of abortion soon.
Until extremely recently with a particular brand of predator, most notably the one the female versions of these creatures find attractive. If acute mental distress...
Yeah, no, exactly. If a woman finds a murderer cute, like, this is a real thing. They will start sending love letters to the guy. This has happened. Jeremy Meeks, look him up.
And personal breakdown are sufficient to absolve an individual of methodically ending 3 young lives, then intellectual consistency demands that every male predator...
Let's see, let's go back to that meme.
Then intellectual consistency...
Anything to justify killing kids pleases liberal white women. So abortion is healthcare. Abortion isn't murder. Late-term abortions rarely happen. She killed her children because of her husband.
Driven by psychiatric...
I'm not pro-abortion. I'm a mother who loves my children. I can also look at hours and hours of court testimony and evidence and draw a logical conclusion. No, you can't. You are supporting this woman. Get this bitch should not be raising her kids.
Illness receive the exact same leniency, including the father if this
You're a mother that's going to get sued for defamation.
is the case.
This is fake. All DNA evidence points to Lindsay only. And now look at what this whore is saying. Stay inside. Stay inside. Save lives 6 feet apart. In this together. Conspiracy theorists are killing grandmas. Bah. This is why women should not be in politics. Because now this is just entirely a rationalization for her support of a child murderer who killed her 3 children.
And he too suffers, potentially from those same mental issues. The refusal of the herd to apply that standard reveals the entire display for what it is. Not genuine compassion, but selective tribal self-preservation masquerading as moral enlightenment.
I was genuinely concerned seeing...
As a conservative woman, I'm totally siding with an army of liberal women fighting to expose the truth and who stand with Lindsay Clancy. I bet you think all the shit Candace spews about the Charlie Kirk case is true. I bet you do, Chica. And you're also totally conservative. Little nose stud right there. I picked up on that. Bleach blonde hair. Totally conservative. You've probably got fake tits too. Pattern recognition.
Women on here bashing on Lindsay Clancy, like, I felt like a complete letdown because I am conservative and I am like a hardcore conservative, pro-life, pro-gun, pro-ICE, pro-everything, pro-Lindsay. And so I am totally siding with the liberal women here. Although, you know, our beliefs are so different. I'm like, I was concerned because I was like, where are my conservative sisters at, right? And then Candace Owens opened her mouth.
Yeah, oh, I knew it. Candace fucking Owens. Yep. I knew it. You see, this is what happens when you let women talk about conspiracy theories. They just turn it into true crime nonsense. Do you know what happened? Like for that whole thing, the consequence of that whole of Candace's whole thing about Charlie Kirk, and also she's doing the same thing with Lindsay Clancy as well. Gonna be creating the same fucking consequences. Do you know what the consequences are? Basically, people are never going to take a noticer like myself seriously, because what happens in the normie mind it's like, you believe, you're talking about Israel and the Jews. What are you, a Candace simp? And immediately they'll disregard anything you have to say, because in their mind they've already came to the conclusion that you simp for Candace Owens, even though that is most likely not the case. Let's see, after this I'll make my video why men are turning to fantasy to cope because they can't have families, because not only the system of usury will rob them of their children, the women will too, particularly depriving them of their lives. Yep. Well, we're gonna actually get to some statistics about how often women kill their kids out of the womb and out of the womb.
Talking about how she believes not guilty, but she was focusing on Big Pharma and how an entire fleet of doctors have let Lindsay down, essentially, and how, all of them should be incriminated for what has happened or transpired, because they are responsible for the deaths of those 3 children. I am going to take it a step further and, say that I wholeheartedly believe that she did not commit these crimes. And hopefully the verdict comes back not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility, or she's acquitted. I really do think that may be the case. Honestly, like you have to put yourselves in the shoes of the jurors, right? Do you honestly think that all 12 jurors are going to agree that Lindsay is guilty? Seeing everything.
This bitch is a mother, by the way. This bitch is a mother. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter if she's she's left or right wing. If she's supporting Lindsay Clancy, yeah, she should be fucking locked up, not be able to have kids. Also, I agree, Rexus, bring back patriarchy. Also, the funny thing too, about that. You could actually, that's a real test you could ask for a woman is, what's your opinion on Lindsay Clancy? And if it's anything other than guilty and that she killed her children on her own volition, well, you better just cut your losses and end the date right there. Cut your losses. It will be far better than having to deal with a woman who thinks it's okay to, that, it's justifiable to kill your own children because of my postpartum depression.
That has transpired throughout this trial.
Make me turn on you, but how did Lindsay tell you that she jumped out the window, she unalived the kids, and that they were in the basement when responding officers...
What kind of lawyer uses the term unalived in a damn court of law?
And EMTs said that she was nonverbal, had a crushed windpipe, and was only responding to pain stimuli. Now, I'm not one for conspiracies, I'm not one to go down those rabbit holes, but this to me doesn't really make much sense.
Look, I'll eat my words if anything comes out with that is like the smoking gun that proves me wrong.
I've had enough.
What the hell is this?
Oh, yeah. Not to the guy, but oh, no. Okay, the guy...
What the hell is this?
Say humans are asking questions again. I'm gay, we're totally gay.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Guys are doing this too. Oh, the Jews are right about the goyim. The Jews are fucking right about the goyim. These people are just cattle. They're just fucking cattle, man. How are we supposed to live in a society where these people could fucking vote and have outcomes on political systems?
Hey pal, you just blowing from Stupid Town?
Video of a man saying, oh, Lindsay Clancy's guilty, she unalived her kids. Why does everybody think she didn't do it? Well, guess what? I'm a man and I don't agree.
Lindsay Clancy is innocent, her husband...
Shit!
...those children, and...
You finna put in a rant video?
That is right there my reason why, babes.
And look at this comment from Babbitt Skibbity. And Jeffrey Epstein is just lonely. That's hilarious.
Nothing more, nothing less. The fact that when the police came...
Physiognomy check on this man. 100,000% woman-brained insect normgroid.
And they found that man standing over her? May I say more?
Look, we talked about killing her before. I mean...
Oh my god, the Lindsay Clancy...
Ugh. I was gonna do the Mr. Slave line because that was a gay guy that was about to say, "Ooh, Lindsay Clancy is innocent."
Now, usually I stay out of the Caucasian business. I do. When did I even mention the exercise bands? The exercise bands don't mean shit.
If there's anything that the Lindsay Clancy trial has taught me, it is how gullible the average person is. The people on this app, and just in general, really believe that they are more intelligent than the experts who study these things, than the investigators who have had their hands on this case for over 3 years, than Lindsay's defense team, than anyone. They really believe, I think everybody watched Don't Fuck with Cats, and now they think that they are a web sleuth and an investigator, and they are going to be the one to break the case. And that is so unbelievably disrespectful to everyone who actually put the time in to get the education and skills necessary.
I'm trying to figure out her frame here.
To study this kind of thing.
Peering further into the undergrowth, we find Infantilis refractoria, a specimen...
I wish you kind of played more of the video. I wasn't really sure as to, like, because you were playing a bunch of retards back to back, and then you played, like, this, the woman we just saw. I'm not entirely sure if she's going to be saying, innocent or, innocent or guilty, you know? I have a feeling, if I were to imply, she probably was going to say, I'm actually going to give her the benefit of the doubt, that she was going to say that Lindsay Clancy is guilty. But you never know. You never know with TikTok.
Distinguished by its remarkable ability to manipulate the laws of evolutionary development on command.
Specimen, the selective autonomist, Infantilis refractoria. Habitat, algorithmic echo chambers in common sections. Adaptation, instantaneous biological regression upon exposure to accountability.
Observe its defensive vocalization in the
yes. What's that phrase? Women in accountability are like oil and water.
Digital canopy.
Since situations have happened like this in many different ways revolving around mental health for women, when something drastic happens, they're easily gaslit that they are responsible for everything that's happened. So their theory is that people fucking talked to her and convinced her that she killed the kids when she didn't.
The mental gymnastics on display are nothing short of extraordinary. Through this creature's specialized lens, the adult perpetrator of a horrific crime is never an active agent, but an inert organism passively gaslit into believing she holds any responsibility for her own actions. The blame must invariably be redirected across the clearing to the
Oh, you dumb broads. She admitted to doing it.
nearest surviving male. What field researchers find most captivating about this particular breed is its flexible relationship with maturity and power. In standard territorial disputes, this...
Yeah, like, why do you think these bitches, like... I remember when I was watching, like, a video about, like, gym thoughts, recording people at gyms and whatever. There's, like, some whore who was like, I can't believe he's looking at, he's looking at an underage 21-year-old. What? Underage 21-year-old. Oh my fucking goodness.
What the hell is this? Hey pal, you just blowing from Stupid Town?
Underage 21-year-old. Right. Underage people can drink and do all the other shit 21-year, adults can do. Wow. Yeah. You see how retarded woman logic gets? Yeah. And they do this to, not have to deal with accountability for their actions.
Specimen aggressively displays its plumage, demanding total autonomy, adult authority, and absolute sovereignty, declaring fiercely that it is an independent adult, capable of making its own choices over its own body. Yet, the moment that choice involves cutting short the lives of three...
Schrodinger, so it's Schrodinger's feminist. So she is both simultaneously empowered and oppressed at the same time.
Defenseless,
and chooses whichever state suits her best at that specific moment.
Offspring, a startling metamorphosis takes place. Instantly, shedding every claim to adult competence, the specimen rapidly devolves into a helpless, wide-eyed toddler. Stripped of all culpability, it retreats into an engineered state of innocence, crying out that the predator was merely a confused child who knew not what she did. The rights and autonomy of the little ones are discarded, replaced by the ultimate survival adaptation of the modern moralist. Full adult sovereignty when demanding power, and total infancy the moment consequences arrive. As we prepare to leave the digital canopy, one is reminded of the sheer dizzying variety of life forms that roam our modern terrain. Yet, among the vast menagerie, few specimens offer a more grimly fascinating study than this burgeoning sect of online moralists. They do not rely on standard biological reproduction to propagate their lineage. Oh no. Instead, they replicate entirely through the transmission of manufactured hysteria, cognitive contagion, and collective delusion.
My goodness. I was gonna post this this video. Do I even have it? Fuck. I know it has to be somewhere. I think it has to be in my downloads. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one.
Benjamin.
Not that one. No, whatever. I'll find it another time. But it's easily one of my favorite videos I've ever seen. I might post it to my X page. One, you know, if I could find it. But shit, man, that was a good video. That was a very good video right there. But we have some more Twitter bullshit to get to. This one, now we're starting to get into the territory of yeah, we're starting to get into the territory of more copycat killers. From Colin Rugg, Florida woman films herself starting a fire in her kitchen and pouring hot wax on her children. Do you see? Do you fucking see how this would create copycat killers? This keeps on happening. And it's only getting worse. Melissa Campos Sanchez was arrested and charged with child abuse, child neglect, and arson. Her husband says they were going through marital issues, and he had contacted the sheriff's office a week before the incident, voicing concerns for his children. He was staying with his parents at the time of the incident. Let me send you the link. Lord Nobody sent me on Discord. Chances are, he did send me something too, and we are gonna cover it. Don't worry, Rexes. Don't worry. Unless it's something new, then we could add on to it. And no, I'm not gonna play the video. I'm not gonna play the video. It's insane. It's fucking insane. But we're gonna look through the comments. Women will claim it's depression and give her money. Yeah, that's the precedent. $1 million Lindsay Clancy got on that case. $1 million. Funded by Lindsay Clancy's mother. Oh, I should have gotten more to drink. I'm starting to run low a little here. Matt Van Swol. I've seen enough. The GOP needs to start running on reopening insane asylums. We have seriously psychotic people that need to be involuntarily committed. The GOP needs to push to reopen mental asylums for crazy people to get them out of society. This is a winning message. Every woman raising money for a child murderer should be the first to be thrown in the asylums when they're reopened. Based. But reality is, we're not voting our way out of this. We're just not. If you think voting is going to get us out of this shitty situation, you're just politically retarded. I don't know what to tell you. This administration as a whole is evidence that we tried voting. We tried, but no, they're still going to serve the interests of Israel first. Not give a shit about the people. So, fuck democracy. We need far-right ultra-authoritarianism now. But speaking of, they're different Matt. But here we have Matt Walsh. Voting fails, force works. Let's see what you sent me, Rexus. Yes, I do have that link ready. Rexus. Don't you worry, my guy. So, Matt Walsh, of the Daily Wire, says, Lindsay Clancy had a quote-unquote psychotic break, which is why she planned the murder, researched her plan on Google, sent her husband away from the house, and then methodically executed her children over the course of several minutes. I never knew that you could plan your psychotic break like that. Just pencil it into your calendar. I'm learning so much about quote-unquote mental health from the morally bankrupt imbeciles on the site and TikTok. Thank you for this education. Oh, man. That's... I do like... I will say, I do like Walsh's dry satire, his dry humor. Big fan of it. As it turns out, if force works and voting fails, the Overton window does not exist. Yeah, almost like the Overton window is a product of democracy, not a consequence of it. Oh, actually no, the Overton window is a consequence of democracy. Sorry, I minced my words there a little bit. But basically, like, if we were living in a monarchy, yeah, our enemies. Zombie Kush, yo, Chronic, what's up, man? How are ya? Thank you for stopping in. But as I was saying, to respond to Dusty, if we were living in a monarchy, yeah, our enemies would not be able to speak. These crazy bitches that have a platform on TikTok for some fucking reason would not be able to speak. And because they're basically admitting that they support a child murderer who killed her 3 children, yeah, they'd be locked up too. That's a good use of force, if I say so myself. Protecting the youngins from the people who would kill or groom them. Cause let's not forget too, it's not the father who permits the grooming or even does the grooming of turning young boys into chemically castrated, mentally ill eunuchs. It's not the men who do that, it's the women, it's the mothers who do that. Why do you think there's been so many cases of mothers moving to California so they could basically just castrate their children? That's fucking evil, if you ask me. Absolutely fucking evil. And the punishment for that, in my ideal monarchist, far-right authoritarian society, the death penalty. That fucking simple. But continuing on with the thread, don't forget that in between murders, she tracked down her 3-year-old son who ran into her father's office to hide from her. Oh my goodness. Oh my fucking goodness. The more I learn about this case, the more pissed off and the more bloodthirsty I get. Let's go to another bit of a copycat killer. Another mom with no agency who's a victim of her biology and the medical system. And here, okay, yeah, here we have mother slits throat of her 3 children, told their father, say goodbye to your kids. I think this might have been one we already went over, but yeah, I think it might have been this one. It might have been this one. Because it, like, kind of looks the same, but, yeah. Totally, she had no agency. The voices in her head were telling her to kill her 3 children. Do you know, have you ever seen a throat be slit? Like, have you? I have. I've seen a lot of gore videos where people had their fucking throats slit. That is a very, very easy way to basically kill somebody. That is a very easy way. And considering she was killing children, yeah. You think the kids would know how to stop bleeding from the neck? That's basically impossible. You think they'd even have any idea of how to defend themselves from such a thing? You think they do? No, they don't. They fucking don't. They die right there. We live in New Carthage. These Weemans, as Donnie Midnight calls them, are proof that the cattle are spiritual Canaanites. Yes, I fully agree with that, Rexus. Fully. Hey, War Master, you still in here? I'm only just getting fired up now. Well, actually, I've been fired up the whole stream, but the fire is gonna keep getting brighter. But it was totally the voices in her head, not the fact that she most likely had these thoughts for a while, and I was like, it's so hard being a mom. Like, look, I understand motherhood has its challenges. You know, parenthood in general has its challenges. At the same time, that's no justification to be killing your kids. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. I don't mind praying right now. Lord, have mercy on all the children who have been slaughtered by their mothers. Amen. My goodness. I like this right here. This is a fitting punishment. It's the Matthew 18:26 punishment. Whoever causes these little ones to stumble, they should have a millstone tied around their neck and be dragged to the bottom of the sea. Even my flame has been stirred, but mine is a smoldering heat of silent fury. I see, Rexus. Let's move on to our next one. Our next segment before we get to our next video. Actually, no, we still got a little bit more. I think we got one more after this. No, two. There's a meme. I have some memes planned so we can kind of cool down just a little. Update. Over 30,000 fans have now raised over $1 million for Lindsay Clancy and her family. She is charged with strangling her 3 young children to death with exercise bands. Hey, yo, it's my mutual Link. Shout out to Link. Liberal white women said the N-word. Women want her jailed. Killed her children, and that's Shiloh Hendricks. Killed her children. Women gave her $800,000. Now, hey, Link, it's now $1 million. And then women cheer. Women cheer. They give her money. They give her money. Why? Because they're stuck in some. Because they basically, you know, trapped. They got themselves in a fucking stupid, retarded true crime rabbit hole that doesn't make any sense in reality. And then I can see why Uncensored has a very unpopular post here. This platform, it's like, no. We have the details of the case, you retarded motherfucker. And I hope you're not corrupting your own AI with this nonsense too. That would actually really fucking suck, and I don't think I'd want to use it if you are. GoFundMe, you are fucked up to make that even possible. And we really live in a sick world. Yeah. We really do live in a sick world, a godless world. You know, we live in Weimar world. Hey, we live in Weimar world. Hey, let's sit back and watch the whole world burn. Okay, next segment. This will be another video. Want a more enraging example? Don't worry, Rexus. We're saving the worst. We're saving the worst for last. Lindsay Clancy brutally strangled her 3 kids to death. Feminists in court today. Look at these faces. Look at the faces of the women. I don't know. Maybe some of them are journalists, but. What was that?
Let's blow those whining women back to the Dark
What
Ages
was
right where
that?
they belong!
What the hell is this?
What? Yeah, they're all, bro, they're all fucking evil. And like, literally, thank you, Grok, for editing that. This is like a fucking horror movie. I think maybe some of the guys are journalists. Maybe the you know, some of the women with like badges around their neck, they're also journalists. But what the fuck, man? What the fuck? Oh my fucking goodness. You gotta be, really. They're smiling. They're smiling. They fucking want her to be innocent. The woman who killed 3 innocent children. And I agree, demons. They're fucking demons. I believe this expression is called a duper's delight. Yes, it's absolutely fucking psychotic. Shocking. Okay, I think we need to get to our next video segment. I'll save the meme for after. So we have a video here from Legion of Men. He's reacting to a post from Lizzie Marbach. Now I have that bitch blocked because she's a fucking slop poster. Blasphemes, you know, big time blasphemer, really doesn't like the Theotokos. And you know what we say about those who hate the mother of Christ. I pray that Christ, that the Theotokos hands him the sword that will cut your blaspheming tongue. And, you know, for someone like Lizzie's case, her blaspheming fingers. But let's see. People keep asking why so many women are defending Lindsay Clancy. The answer is simple. Over 25% of women did exactly what Lindsay did. They murdered their children too in cold blood, just like she did via abortion. They empathize with her because they're murderers and they got away with it. So why shouldn't she? We live in a world where people are bloodthirsty for child sacrifice. We desperately need to repent and abolish abortion from our lands. Not just abortion. We need to do drastic, sweeping changes. If you know what I'm talking about here, drastic, sweeping changes to prevent something like this from ever happening again. Yeah, it could have been any of us women. Yeah.
This Lindsay Clancy case. It's a woman that killed her kids. She tried to blame meds that she was on, but apparently, from what I've skimmed through the case, she wasn't even on the meds as was prescribed to her.
A woman saved her own children from a house fire and was burned over 90% of her body and only got $46,000 in aid from the public, but a child killer gets over $1 million. Yeah, I do want to make this known too. There's also another story that's been going around, a bit of an older one, of a woman who saved her 6 children from a house fire. That's what a mother does. That's a mama bear. That is what a mother is supposed to do. A mother is not supposed to kill her children. She is supposed to protect them. Nurture them. But no, because, thank you, feminism, thank you, 19th Amendment, the anti-suffragettes were right that this would inevitably happen.
But there's a whole bunch of women that are literally, they gave her on...
There's been a reason why I've been advocating for Mafia on Rumble. Want to stop child murder? Organize. Based.
Platforms something like $700,000 for GoFundMe to spring her out of jail. A woman, she confessed. Did she confess? Is that what the latest is? Anyways,
yeah,
we saw
she confessed,
hundreds,
bro.
if not hundreds of thousands potentially, women supporting a woman that offed her own kids.
So I keep seeing people talk about the Lindsay Clancy case.
Well, before this one, I think she has a base take. But here's how insane they are. So it says Lindsay.
Single mom says any man who thinks Lindsay Clancy, who admitted to murdering her kids, should go to prison. Probably abuse. That sounds like projection on your case.
Clancy, who admitted to murdering her kids. Listen to this.
About the. Has anyone else noticed how men seem very quiet about the Lindsay Clancy
It's men's
trial?
fault.
Why is that? Why?
Yeah, it's totally the guy's fault. It's totally the guy's fault. Well, he, you know, after his family got destroyed and tried to start a new family. He's the villain. He did it. He told her to kill the kids so he could divorce her. And do you know how brutal divorce is for a man? Like, I don't think these dumb broads understand how brutal divorce is for a man, let alone for the man to initiate the divorce. Men, on average, do not initiate divorces. That's women. Women do that 80% of the fucking time. Or is it 90? Either way, I have the correct number in one of my videos.
Why are men not standing up for her when the evidence is showing more and more that I feel like there's like bro code.
They're literally saying the husband did
mod
it.
Chronic.
I have a post again on the private community that blew me away, and people were looking at the Instagram comments, and they had thousands of hearts, thousands of responses, and this is what some of the women wrote on the comment section. I'm not even joking. Leos don't kill, Geminis do. Leos don't.
This is giving me a headache. What these people say just keeps on pissing me off. It just pisses me off. Well, he's a Leo, she's a Leo, and Gemini, and this fucking astrology bullshit is another form of denying accountability.
Don't kill their cubs. Nope, not buying it. If he's a Gemini and she's a Leo, it was toxic between them. He did it. That's all I need to know. These people vote.
Yep, these people vote, Bo. One thing you and I will differ on. I don't want to live in a republic. I want to live in a fucking monarchy. I don't want the people to be involved in politics. They are unfit to be involved in politics. And those comments that you read right there are a reason why they shouldn't be involved in politics, not one bit.
That you don't speak out against abusive behavior. Like, it's seen as weak. I think that's why all of the women watching this case love Kevin Reddington, Lindsay's lawyer, so much, is because it's so rare to see a man stand up so passionately.
Motherfucker, he's a lawyer!
Against injustice towards women and against abuse towards women. Why are men being so silent? And at this point, if you're...
Yeah, I agree, Dusty. I agree. Women are the public are unfit for this dialogue. And we keep seeing proof of this in real fucking time. Women like Powder, for example, or our favorite rat. Yeah, our favorite rat. I wonder who I could be talking about there. Yeah, don't think I don't know your positions on that, on feminism and all that. This is where feminism leads to. This is where it leads to. Same thing happened in Rome, by the way. Same thing happened in Rome. When the women started getting a little bit too much power, things started to crumble to shit. And amid the other reasons why empires collapse, it's happening in America now.
You're a man saying, like, she should just go to prison. She did it. Patrick's innocent. Leave him alone.
And yeah, I agree. No one should vote. Voting is fucking stupid. Voting, what happens... Here's the thing about democracy. It is a shadow oligarchy. A shadow oligarchy. The people, quote unquote, choose their next oligarch, but the party doesn't fucking matter. The party does not matter. It's one big uniparty. They're two sides of the same clipped coin, as I like to say. Whether you vote red or blue, blue accelerates the decline, red manages it. That's all that happens.
Alone, he was a great dad. With all of the evidence that's coming out, if you are saying that about Patrick still,
Cooler with the antiseptic remarks.
I'm just going to assume that you are abusive. I'm just going to assume
that you're abusive,
are a piece of shit husband, and that you condone and support.
And women act like moral figures. I'm gonna recite a stanza. It's very pagan, but the point it makes still stands. Postnut says, no matter how you vote, you're voting for feminism. Exactly. The only candidate that I can endorse is Cthulhu, because Cthulhu doesn't care. Cthulhu's not a feminist. He and I, we're drinking buddies. He stops by the Tropicus bar. We get drinks. We both get like pounded off, 8-dimensional booze. And I help him come up with positions to run by and all that, and I think he'll win eventually. I think he'll win eventually. It's just gonna take time, but naturally I'd be able to rein him in because I'm 11th dimensional and Cthulhu is 7th dimensional.
And enable abusive behavior, because it's so obvious if you were watching the.
It's so obvious he was a fucking Gemini. It's his fault.
He was a Gemini. Of course he would kill the kids. Yeah. You see why this astrology bullshit is also a giant red flag? But let's see. What does the Poetic Edda have to say? And don't worry, the Bible absolutely has something similar to say too, I bet. No man should trust the words of a girl, nor anything a woman says. Women's hearts are molded under the wheel. Deception lurks in their words. Words of Odin, Poetic Edda, stanza 84. Rexus, do you know the story of Samson and Delilah? That's the immediate parallel that I came to with reading that, is the story of Samson and Delilah. Delilah was a manipulative whore. Ahab and Jezebel, good one too. But the reason why I went to Samson and Delilah is, one, because I'm a little bit more familiar with that than I am with Ahab and Jezebel. But basically the story of Samson and Delilah is don't simp. That's the moral of it. Don't blindly listen. Don't blindly listen to anyone, but especially don't blindly listen to a woman, because a woman will do anything she can to basically fuck you up. Hosea and Gomer too. Well, that's a little different. So Dusty, that's a little different. The book of Hosea, where the book of Hosea, where God basically challenges Hosea to marry Gomer, the prostitute. That's a little different. It's not necessarily one of it's not one of like manipulation. It's one of it's like what she said. Obey God, not chase skirt. That's basically it.
Like, where are all the good men? All of my trauma has come from men.
All of my trauma has come from men. Well, which kind of men are we talking about here? I'm pretty sure I didn't cause your trauma. God did it as a lesson in punishment. Exactly.
Oh, you can't make this up. Woman murders her own kids. Tries to blame the medicine. Finds out she wasn't even taking the medicine as prescribed. Admits she killed her own kids. What is wrong with men? It's all men's fault. Wow.
I have spent so much of my life healing from men.
Amazing. Universal suffrage. Thank you.
Here's something else too. There's a reason why I keep using Bo for my streams here, Legion of Men. I have the saying of like, it kind of took you long enough, but eventually you'll get to understanding the monarchist position or the fascist position.
Always needed a dad, a husband. I'm just waiting for some man out there to prove to me that there's some good ones, and I think that's
there's some good ones. You had a husband, chick. What did you do? What did you do in the relationship? Did you okay, if I were to take a guess based on pattern recognition, you would try to I had a feeling you might have been the one to initiate the divorce in the first place.
That's why so many women are idolizing Kevin Reddington so much, is because so many of us have needed a man.
Where are all the good men? Bitch, you had one, and you kind of tossed him to the wayside.
To stand up for us and protect us, be a father figure or a good husband. And so many men have just given us trauma to us. And men are quiet. Why are all the men quiet? Why?
Oh, bitch, I am not quiet. I've been holding in all this anger for the whole fucking week. For the whole fucking week. I am not being silent about this now. I thoroughly believe if you support Lindsay Clancy or say that she's innocent, the death penalty is the only solution to the problem. That's how radical I am about this. We should not be in any way defending those who murder innocent children.
Can't men passionately speak up against abuse towards women?
Oh, I do speak up about abused women. They don't like what I have to say, because I actually like to offer practical solutions to the problems that they face.
Send her to India.
I agree. Send her to India, and that's okay. If the death penalty is a little harsh, send him to India. Send him to India.
I feel like in a man's world, if you do that, you're like risking being seen as weak. And I think that's so wrong.
Holy shit.
At IVINT donated $1.99, but did he kill the kids?
Wow.
And a bunch of conservatives are asking themselves, like, how did we get here as a society where a huge number of women are defending Lindsay Clancy, who murdered 3 of her children by strangling them to death? Like, what is wrong with the women right now?
What is
and
it?
I'll tell you how we got here. It's because over 25% of women in America today have done exactly what Lindsay has done. They did the exact same thing. They murdered their children, right? They murdered their helpless, innocent children, all because they didn't.
You know, I made a post about this during the week where I said, okay, give me a little bit of time. I'm gonna try to pull up the post on my end. Let's see. So I did call her the female happy merchant. I think she is Jewish. Okay, here. So I made a post. And it was a response to why women get L's, and then why women deserve less. that's the actual name of the account. I like it. I follow that account. It's based. So this bitch says men should be glad that women just want equality, not revenge. And his post is ha ha ha. And then I said, ever notice that the revenge in question is against the helpless, such as children? It's never against someone like an MMA fighter or someone who knows how to use guns. Then my mutual Tenacious P, shout out to 10, he says really proves how the strong and empowered women are all just tough talk. Notice how they and their T-word allies love to target and groom children when there is no man around to say no. It do be like that, 10. It do be like that. Let's get back to the video. Just wanted to pull that up. And most of all, I think these women kill their kids to get revenge on their husbands for whatever fucking reason they have. It's bullshit. It's all bullshit. But still, Lord have mercy. I gotta say, Lord have mercy. Oh yeah, the guy who did the Happy Merchant art passed away. No, he didn't pass away today. He passed away a few days ago, but rest in peace to a legend, man. Rest in peace.
I don't want them. They were in the way. And so of course they empathize with her. Of course they're trying to cover up their own guilt for what they did by justifying what another woman did when she snuffed out her own children. It's the natural way that you try to cope with sin.
Strangles 3 of her own kids. Gets 800,000 in GoFundMe. All women. All women. If you look at that GoFundMe, all the comments are just support,
it's all
support.
women.
And there are now videos of women making like, there was one on TikTok that was going viral. I saw it on X, where a woman was doing like the performative crying on camera while holding her baby, saying she knows what.
I might know what video you're talking about, Bo. Holy shit. CPS needs to be called on that woman. I am genuinely concerned. I am genuinely concerned about the kid. Genuinely. Like, the dad needs to have custody because that kid is probably is most likely unsafe around that mom.
What that woman is going through. Lindsay Clancy. Is that her name? What's her
They don't feel guilt. They have no inner monologue in guilt. They only know shame. Exactly, Rexus. Exactly. You know this shit. I think Dusty, I, and you know, Chronic and all the other people in the war band taught you well.
Lindsay Clancy, yeah. Imagine holding your own baby on camera. Your husband, your woman, is holding your son in her hand, doing a.
My good, it would be bad enough if she was holding her, like, your daughter. I think it's even worse if it's your son. If your woman is a raging feminist who hates men. And yes, I know there have been women, feminists even, who have had a bit of a change of heart when they had sons. But man, there are women who still think that men are the devil, and that includes their baby boy that came out, that they birthed. Yes, it's been proven that children raised by single fathers are generally well-behaved and moral. That is true, Rexus. That is true. Sometimes even more so than two-parent households.
Rocking like back.
It's almost like men. So whether you believe in evolution or not, if you do believe in evolution, you could say men have evolved into understanding what duty and sacrifice is. And if you don't believe in evolution like myself, then you could say it's like that's the spirit. That's the Holy Spirit doing his work.
Back and forth performative crying on camera saying, I know what Lindsay Clancy's going through. Take the kid away now.
At Mauricio 91 donated $5. Literally anything happens at all. Women most affected.
Literally. Seriously.
Right? If you have a problem.
Single mothers? Hell no. I'm friends with people raised by single mothers, and they hate their mothers for how abusive they are to them. Yes, oh my god, nobody really talks about this. Single mothers are very abusive they are very abusive, especially to their sons. Especially to their sons. I am not joking about that. Yeah, Dusty is one such example. I'm not trying to like isolate you or anything, but it's like, yeah, he is one such example. My own mod, is one such example of being abused by a single mother. It happens way more than you think it does. A lot of the people that I knew that really turned to a horrible life were from single mother households. Well, I do know you did forgive her, and I absolutely commend you for that. I know it was not easy for you. I know it was not easy for you, Dusty, but I still have to commend you for it. Because you did the harder thing to do.
Problem with drinking, you surround yourself with other people who drink a lot. If you have a problem with cursing, you surround yourself with people who curse a lot.
Yeah, no, cursing, no. Swearing is not a sin. This is a reason why I blocked this Lizzie chick. Well, actually, there's a few Lizzies I blocked. They're all some flavor of Protestant, just so happens. This is one of the reasons. Swearing is not a sin for the most part. It can be, but it's not. Gooning is a sin. Definitely, gooning is a sin. But saying fuck you to somebody who deserves it is not a sin. I'm pretty sure if Christ were on earth today, he would call you a bunch of names. He would call me a bunch of names too, and they would all be 100% accurate. Because he's God. He knows our hearts. I hope that terrifies y'all. I hope it does, as it does for me. He knows the dark machinations of my heart.
If you have a problem with murder, if you murdered your child and haven't...
Is it really over 1 million now? No way, bro. Is this what it's called? The Musgrove Family Fund? 900. The goal is 2 million. Wow. What are the comments? Lindsay, we're with you. You're not alone. I'm sorry that this horrible tragedy your family has gone through and continues to suffer. Bitch, you strangled your own kid.
They do. They do. They know mine too. They know mine too. Same with the Lord. There's a reason why I don't go out of my way to look up, like, weird shit,
Kids, what do you not understand about that? Prayers are with you all. You are good parents. Oh, my Lord. They're calling it mental illness. The system failed Lindsay.
What the hell is this?
Wow. These people vote. These people have influence in our political system.
Strong support and hugs for Lindsay. Wow. Lindsay, I'm sending prayers and loving thoughts. You're not alone. So many of us understand mental illness. I wish I could give you a hug in person. Wow.
Lord Jesus Christ, so Dusty, the prayer is, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. Like, seriously, I am serious. I'm gonna be completely serious here. This is mass formation psychosis. This is a consequence of feminism. It really is.
Why would you want a mentally ill Western woman?
Let's wrap this up, though. We got 2 more minutes.
I struggled with PPD and PPA, and many times I felt like I was asking for help. These people are mentally ill, dude. Get the away from all these people. Stay strong for your daughter. We stand with her.
Her daughter is dead! By her own hand! By her own fucking hand! Stay strong for your daughter. How? How can she stay strong for her daughter when she killed her daughter?
Believe her, and we will continue to stand by her as the truth comes to life. My God, bro. Strangles 3 kids. The truth needs to come to light. Wow.
That is the truth.
One
that
thing
she
is
killed
clear.
Her 3
Lindsay
children.
was a good mom and she loved her kids. All right, bro.
No, she didn't. She hated her kids.
This is clown world shit.
Repented for it, then you justify other people who murdered their children, and you all can sit around and ignore the feeling of being a monster because, well, we all did it, right? So it's not that bad. That's what's at play right now. That is what's happening, is we have a bunch of women who actually have murdered their own children. And so when they see another woman who murdered their own children, they empathize with her, they sympathize with her, and they justify it because, well, she had a reason, right? That's what's happening right now. And our nation desperately needs to repent of our child sacrifice, whether it's children in the womb.
No, you all need to lose your rights to vote.
Well, I do think we do need to repent, but I do think society needs to repent, but we also need some serious fucking consequences for all this shit. I am not kidding when I say that, no more rights. It doesn't matter, man or woman, no more rights. Rights are cringe and gay. We have duties to each other. We do not have rights. We also need to just fucking we just need a competent dictator. Okay? In order, I realize this as a monarchist myself, that before a monarchy comes about, there needs to be a period of absolute authoritarian dictatorship. Once that period happens where things actually start getting done, where it's like, if you go against me, you will be killed. And, dictators are usually right-wing. There are left-wing dictators, but they sprout up for other circumstances. They do not sprout up after periods of degeneracy. If anything, they get killed. Or those types, I should say. But in order to solve this particular problem, they need their rights taken away. No more rights for anyone. We need to get things done. Hardcore authoritarianism gets implemented. What else? What else needs to happen? Oh, right. The death penalty en masse for people who empathize, who think it's she's, this bitch was innocent. Not Lizzie, but, Lindsay Clancy. We also need, we also need to expel the Jews. That's a guarantee. We got a lot on our plate here, people, if we really want to fix the country. YouTube censor... Damn, that's cringe and gay. Rexus, I'm sorry. Feel free to DM it.
And including most men, universal suffrage does not work in a multicultural system.
Voting in general does not work in a multicultural system. Do you know how I assume Bo knows how the Singaporeans live. Yeah, I'd much rather live in Singapore. They have cool shit. I would absolutely try to learn the laws of the land so I don't get my fucking hand cut off. But hey, I kind of advocate for that. I really do. We might actually have to do something like that if we really want to save our country.
We're done. We're done. Hey, if AOC...
But yes, I also think that we really do need Christ back in the system. We really do. We have said fuck you to God for far too long. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm absolutely sick and fucking tired of it. God absolutely had his hand in our political systems. Monarchy was the best way to achieve, it. But nope, we decided that we're better than God, and we decided to go back with a shitty form of government, that being democracy.
She is on the ticket, and she's the front runner, and that's who the Democrats choose. Guess what all women will be voting for? The same shit where they tried with Kamala. Why did you vote for her? She's a woman. Why do we even call this a democracy then?
Or children outside of the womb. it's a problem, and it is definitely impacting.
And yes, I know Bo is not a Christian. He's not. I think he plans on raising his kids Orthodox, and hopefully through that he actually understands that, you know, Christ is the truth, the way, and the life. But you know, at the same time, it's like shit. Modern Christianity, it's a shadow. It's a shadow of what it's meant to be. Really, the only way that I see it actually being fulfilled in the modern age is orthodoxy. And even so, because people are fallible, obviously it's not going to be perfect. Obviously. And even so, there are some feminists who try to infiltrate orthodoxy, and thankfully the online community tells them to fuck off. But still, Lizzie here is a feminist. Just thought I'd let you know, she is indeed a feminist.
Society in serious
You
ways
really can't.
that we've been ignoring for a long time, and now it's just become like so in our face that we can't ignore it anymore, and people are asking how we got here. Child sex.
Oh boy, how we got here. Oh boy, I love answering this question. Jews. Feminism is a Jewish invention. Kick the Jews out and society will get better overnight. Well, maybe not overnight, but definitely in a few years. Oh yeah, and get the boomers out of politics too. No more APAC. No more APAC shit. Mentally ill? Nah, they ain't human. They're Holdras, sirens, succubi, whatever you call them. They seduce young men to rob them of their life force, both spiritually and through their children's lives.
Sacrifice. That's how we got here.
True, Rexus.
No, the suffragettes, that's how we got here.
Yeah, like what I said. The suffragettes. Jews. Yeah. Alrighty, I'll be right back. I've been needing to take a, head to the little Clementine's room for a little bit now. I'll be right back. Okay, my N-was. Yeah, you guys doing okay? You guys doing good? Oh, not gonna lie, I drank the rest of my booze. I drank the rest of my booze, but I could use more. I could use more. Yeah, there's probably a little, there's definitely a little bit left in here. In this big ass bottle of mine. Basically, where were we? Okay, yeah, I remember now. We got a meme here. We got a meme right here. So here we have from haikus from underground. Liberal white women in 2026 be like. It's literally like an altar. Like these liberal white women, they're just making they're literally making altars. They're literally making Lindsay Clancy an idol. And they basically just want to, again, they just want to fucking kill their kids. That's all they want to do. Whether in the womb or out of the womb. That's all they want to fucking do. But let's see. Live footage from the Lindsay Clancy support rally. Woo, baby. That's funny. Whoa, I know how the feminists are gonna react to me saying this.
This guy's a Nazi!
Nah, we ain't doing this.
Bitches, I'm a monarchist, okay? I'm further right than a fascist. Looking back, liberal women haven't changed that much. That woman kind of looks Jewish, too. Takes a Jew to know a Jew. At least I'm honest about my bloodline. Anyways, oh, that's fucked. White liberal women are, the problem. I stand with the Carlos, do you? And, you know, it's the guy who stabbed Irina Zarutska in the neck. Do you know, again, that is another case where, somebody got stabbed in the neck. I've seen the video of that. It was fucking horrifying. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy on us all. The public response to the case doesn't really surprise guys like us, but I think, think about a shock so many normie guys felt this week. Never again will we allow women to hold power. Never again will we live under matriarchy. Never again will we let feminism take root. The only never again I think a lot of us here will support. Indeed, we must. But the thing is, about feminism, it is somewhat cyclical. It doesn't happen all the time, but it will happen again. 1,000 years from now, when we're all dead, who knows? We might be living through more feminist nonsense. Maybe 2,000 years, another eon. It seems to be over the course of a few, maybe like 1 or 2 eons. Wait, no. Around an eon. That's fair. But I agree. That is a never again I will happily support. Now, let's dive into some statistics here. I gotta put on music again. I don't want my headphones turning off. So this is from Cyrnosad, pretty popular X account on here. And this is being quoted from some German feminist whore who has most likely contributed to the growing death of her country. So, men worldwide make around 99% of the child murderers and pedophiles and are the biggest threat to children and babies. And look how they responded to women for understanding that Lindsay Clancy was failed. Men really are weak-minded, dumb, and shouldn't be allowed to vote. That's a fucking projection, you dumb whore. And then, Cyrno says, you absolute whore. Women are the primary murderers of children. Always have been, always will be. Parental homicides by gender perpetrator. All child homicides, under 18 years. Mothers, 55%. Fathers, 45%. Infants, less than 1 year. Mothers, 72%. 72% compared to 28% from fathers. Again, this doesn't deny that there are deranged fathers out there who will kill their kids. Nobody denies that. And then neonaticide. Less than 24 hours after birth. Mothers, 97%. Fathers, 3%. Do you see these fucking numbers right here? Do you see these? Source, based on a median of estimates from a systemic review of 65 studies in 21 countries. This is an actual legitimate graph right here. This is something that is real. Okay? This is not based in fantasy, not based in any statistical aberrations. What do you think of a non-witch hunts? Or do you mean a non-hunts witches? I'm thinking you mean a non-witch hunts. They might be needed again. They might be needed. Puritans might have been onto something. It is all... So here's the thing. This is something I was trying to get at the beginning. This is something men in the manosphere, in the warband, have been talking about for over 15 years. Okay, yeah, you sent it to me too. Let's see what you have. Oh, Anon hunts. Oh, it's a 4chan post. Let me get that on here. Oh. Oop. Here, sorry. I didn't realize that would go on the other tab. Oh, hey, Akamira's live. I might raid into her after this on Twitch. Don't think she'd mind. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's go! Oh, it's from Burial Goods. Okay. Rip, is Twitch even working? I think it should be. Let me see. No, yeah, it's definitely working. Really working. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to just have a bunch of bullshit play at the same time. Yeah, it's working. Let's go to dashboard. I want to see something. Okay, it's literally just me. Whatever. Anyways, we could actually get to what you sent here, Dusty. Anon hunts witches.
I've always been able to tell when someone is a witch. It's not exactly how they look, though that's part of it. They don't look anything like the green crones and Halloween decorations. It's trendy now for young women to be in the new age, wear pentagrams, dress coif. I'm not talking about that either.
Fun fact, I used to be a Satanist when I was younger. I'm glad I moved on from that.
I mean a real witch. The kind that looks like a woman but isn't. Not anymore. The human soul in them is gone, or buried so deep it might as well be. I always pray that the person they used to be is long dead. I don't like to think about what it's like for them when it happens. There's usually only one in any small town. Sometimes they work in groups, 3, 13. But it's easier to say you didn't work the record if it's just the one. They don't like competing against each other. Only so many young men to go around. Yes, it's always women. There are plenty of other things that look like men but aren't. And there's plenty of men who prey on other men. But witches...
I want to say the word,
They occupy a role that real women ought to. And while some might disagree, it's just easier for a woman or something...
Let me guess, a LARPer type of Satanist, an atheist wearing satanic symbols for the sake of shock value. It was the latter, Rexus. It was the latter. Yeah, basically, I think a lot of, there were people who, I went to undergrad in Massachusetts, and that's like the satanic capital, that's like the satanic temples place. And I was just like, oh, I was hoping. Well, yeah, I was also being a bit of an edgy cringe lord too at that time. But I was thinking, like, oh, okay, so this is what Satanism is. It's all about, like, individuality, individuality, freedom, all that. It's like, oh, yeah, sure. Wouldn't you know? One of the biggest mistakes I've ever made.
Resembling one to fill their role. That's how I learned to pick them out. When I see a woman that's just a little too...
Yes, exactly, Dusty. I was at that time, a more left-wing libertarian.
Special, just a little too precious, but with no innocence in her eyes. That's the pull you feel when you see one. And it isn't love. Maybe if you've never felt real love before, you'll mistake it for the genuine article. But it's a fraud. I don't feel love anymore. And I still feel that pull every time. Used to be I could beat them at their own game. Smile. Let myself be taken in. Pretend to be fooled. Go to their apartment. I'll take them to my hotel. Pretend I have a drink. Let them spring their trap before I spring mine. I'm too old to do that anymore. I have to be clever now. There are all kinds of quiet places where no one can hear what goes on. Woods at night. Basements sometimes. Abandoned, empty places, witches like those. Sometimes they go there alone. She'll cry. They always do. She'll use every trick to confuse you, make you feel every kind of emotion. Guilt, pity, I ever feel pretty much, but only when they make me. I always look in their eyes to make sure.
Eyes are the windows to the soul, after all.
I have never made the mistake. Then I wash my hands and the dirt off my boots. Go to the next small town. My conscience is clean.
Oh shit! Holy shit-a-moly! That was quite something. But I did say we were gonna talk about abortion, so let's get to that. So this is from a New Zealand nationalist account. Heartbreaking. Father begs his partner not to abort their baby.
Help her to listen.
Don't let her
Help her to listen.
No, don't do it.
Oh my gosh. They don't. It's not right. It isn't right.
I'm such a good dad.
I know, honey.
I took care of her kids too, and the guy that she's letting back in her life doesn't even take care of his own kids.
Lord of mercy. This guy, man. I do feel sorry for him. I think he did make a bad decision in, regarding the, him taking a single mother. At the same time, I am absolutely mad at the woman too. More so than I am the guy for dating a single mother and most likely marrying a single mother.
No matter what happens, Siler, you've done the right thing, man.
Take notice, men. It doesn't matter how traumatizing anything is to you. Women do not care about you. They cannot feel for you. Insane video. This video is absolutely red-pilling. And this was actually suggested to me from a fan, actually. And I this is my first time actually seeing this. And yes, to address the elephant in the room a little bit, yeah, no, I cannot I really can't get behind somebody just saying, just get married no matter what, especially when it comes to the racial element of this too. It's like, oh, we need more white children, but it's just like, well, the white women are fucking ruined. No, it was not Henoch, it was MGTOW Phoenix. 'Twas MGTOW Phoenix. But basically, with this video, yeah, Phoenix is doing good. He's just been busy. But basically, when it comes to this video in particular, holy shit. Still, even though he didn't make the right choices, he was willing to help a woman out of the gutter. But she felt like, that's icky. I'm gonna kill his baby. How fucking disgusting. You had a guy who was willing to take you in for all your damage. All your damage. But then this is how you repay him. This is how you fucking repay him. He wanted to actually try to build something with you despite that past. Despite that. And, well, this is how you treat him. you got her pregnant. She's gonna kill it. It's why you don't date single mothers, fellas. Anyways, we have another video here. Before we get to our final video of the night, Lindsay Clancy supporter inflicted with claw peck hand mind virus. From Brian of the Whatever podcast.
When it comes to the Lindsay Clancy case, is that all of this could have been
I want you guys to pay attention to this. Whenever a woman does the fucking hand pecking thing, she is trying to, basically, it's a control tactic. It's you better listen to me. If you don't listen to me, you're not getting sex from me. That's basically what that is. Golden-hearted man ruined by an immoral Holdra. Exactly, Rexus, exactly.
avoided if he had just asked for a divorce. Because I think...
Look at her body language. I know I'm a Spurg. I'm not the best at detecting this shit, but look at her fucking body language.
I think he did it. I think he saw that Bratz video yesterday, and I think he has left. He has left the building. And maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I have too much time on my hands, but I do not think that woman did it. Clancy case is that
Exactly, Rexus. The body language screams smug. It screams, I'm better than you. I'm better. Yeah, harpy body language says post-nut clarity. Yeah, exactly. Fucking exactly. Alrighty. Let's get to our actual last video of the night. If it will load. But we are going to speed it up a little bit. So we have this video from Richard IV. It's not women, it's women, not men, who have been radicalized.
Hello, everyone. The New Statesman, a progressive outlet, has come out with a very interesting article. Essentially, it's about how it's young women, not young men, who are being radicalized. Now, we've been saying this for a while, and you may have noted that outlets like the New Statesman, if this was a culture war issue, would not be taking this line. It would be all the manosphere and Andrew Tate and so on. And look, don't get me wrong, I think Andrew Tate is a degenerate. The point is, though, they'll point to all of these figures on the other side as if that's where the problem is. Though, when you're outside of the culture war context, they come to the same conclusion as the rest of us, because it is what's happening. It's very obvious if you're a man who's trying to date in a major city. I remember this up to 15 years ago, you know.
Yeah, I like Richard IV. He's pretty good.
It probably goes back longer. But I was dating this blonde girl. She's an actress, a pretty blonde thing, you know. And at the time, I was working this job that I'd worked my guts out to get. You know, I started basically from the bottom with absolutely nothing. I'd done an MA. It wasn't going anywhere. I thought I'll just get into the world of work, crack on. And it was so hard to get a job. It may be because I was a white male, may not be, I don't know. But it took a long time, got one, and worked my guts off to really climb the ladder. Long hours, long days, you know what it's like. Anyway, point is that I would see people being artificially promoted. Often, you know, from the ends in it, those types. And basically a lot of them they just weren't up to the standard. And I remember I had this crazy boss at the time who was a weird mix of basically, he was a Muslim who would lean radical in a lot of his politics. But when it came to sales, he was probably the most bloodthirsty, hardline and horrifying Thatcherite you can possibly imagine. And then blended with that was these social views which were basically Corbynite, minus the gay stuff, of course. So it was this weird Frankenstein of liberal modernity, a gift of Blairism, ultimately. I always think about him when they say diversity is our strength, at this Frankenstein, you know. Anyway, the point I'm making here is, you know, I used to work for this guy, and he'd hire all these, you know, black lads off the ends. I guess that was his kind of a blend between the sort of radical Islam thing and the Corbynism. And most of them just couldn't write. You know, they couldn't do the very basics. And I remember he used to say to me, look, you need to hire people of a higher...
That's the thing. If it wasn't for women who voted these illegals in here, I don't think he would be going through this problem.
Standard, and he'd say it's up to you to teach them. But I think it's not up to me to teach someone who's applying for a job in writing to be a basic grammar, you know? That's what you do at school a long time ago. If you haven't mastered it by now, maybe this isn't the career for you. Anyway, the point I'm making is I'd see these people be artificially promoted, slave my guts out in that job. But anyway, I was dating this girl, and I'd had a particularly stressful day. She picked up on it. And she said, well, I said, stressful day, you know. She said, well, you know, if you weren't white, you wouldn't even have that job. And I'm thinking, how has she come to that conclusion?
If you weren't white, you wouldn't even have that job. You see how propaganda works on women? Just from that response alone, can you see how propaganda works on women? The fact that she said that, and, you know, that sentence and that specific combination, that should really tell you something about the nature of women. Again, and this is just part of their nature, that they respond to power. And who has power right now? It's not you. It's, you know, it's the state. And what does the state believe in? Liberal, egalitarian nonsense. And so, how does that influence the female mind? Well, that comment that you just heard, and yes, Rexus Egad made some damn good videos about that.
She doesn't even know anything about the real world.
About what you're
talking about. She doesn't know anything about the company I work for. She doesn't know anything about the job I do. I remember at the time when this was a big debate, someone was saying, well, why don't you just hire all women in your company if they work for less and are far better? Of course, nobody does that. But the point is that this girl was just radicalised. In fact, she said to me as well once, I will never forgive men for what they've done. And again, what does that tell you about...
And even then, I don't think if Rich were to ever have pressed her on that at the time, I'm not sure if he would have been able to. I'm not saying this as a jab against him. I'm just saying in terms of, you know, at the time he heard that comment, would he have been able to really, like, just say anything to kind of, like, clap back against it?
How she's been radicalised. It tells us that she's completely divorced from a multifaceted analysis of history. It's not that we have basically come from varying forms of brutality and hardship, that the physical capacities of men and the nurturing capacities of women were perhaps more natural and immediate in that world, but largely in the modern world, due to development.
Yeah, again, I think if he was the way he was now, I mean, obviously, you know, Richard is married. He is married. He has, like, I think he has a kid. But still, if he was in that relationship as he is now, I have a feeling he would have told her, hey, is that really something you think? That's what I did, and I still kind of do.
Developments with the pill, with healthcare, with technology, with civil society, we've really seen those distinctions blurred. You know, a woman prior to 1962 when the pill came out, you know, sex was a major thing, because if you got pregnant, that was it. That was it. And you had to look after that baby alone. So they were a lot more careful about sex. And that was one thing, in a sort of a technological sense at least, that gave us a lot more of a sane approach around sex and sexual polarity. But more important than that, I think there was actually an underlying structure which was much more true to the, well, more cosmic essences of masculinity and femininity, as well as, of course, the biological ones. But the point I'm making is this girl had no multifaceted analysis. It was just men are bad and women are the victims. And now we're overcoming that. We've liberated ourselves, and I hate you forever.
Let's blow those whining women back to the Dark Ages right where they belong!
I've been pressing that button a lot tonight.
Again, it's just post-Marxism, or it's just Marxist rhetoric around class applied to gender, as many people have pointed out.
Well, yeah, I mean, I did my research on this regarding the Frankfurt School. Yes, the Frankfurt School were hardcore feminists. And what did you know? What did you know?
Out over the years, it's not really about the liberation of the working class and the end analysis. They just end up as screwed as they always were. What it's about really is a resentment towards hierarchy. It's a hatred that there is hierarchy and it exists in the world. A healthy person works within hierarchy, aligns with it, and climbs it where possible. An unhealthy person just hates it and wants to drag the whole thing down. They say to make everybody equal, but really it's to bring everybody down to as low as them in the final analysis.
Indeed,
anyway, the point is that even the New Statesman can pick up on this. And if we look at how this pans out, we have a helpful little graph here. Where is it? Let me just get it up. So we see on this one that women under 25, 35% of them, 1 in 3 have a positive view. Another third, roughly speaking, have a neutral, and another third have a negative. So that's basically, as we can see here.
Wow. That is honestly so indicative as to why so many women want to kill their own fucking kids. Only 35% have a positive view of men. Women under 25 have a 35% of them have a positive view of men. 37% don't give a shit, and 27% actively hate them.
Yeah, that's...
Meanwhile, women under 30, a little bit higher, a little bit lower on the other two. Men, but look at this. Men under 30, 72% have a positive view of women. 72%. And then 21% of guys have a more neutral view on women. In that context, this neutrality is different than a woman's view of neutrality on a man. And then 7% of guys actively hate women.
Really only 1/3 have a positive view of men under 35. When that comes to under 30, we see it's 50% of women have a positive view. The other 50 essentially have a neutral or a negative. And men under 30 have a 72% positive view of women. So all of that 7% there, I guess, is the people they'll blame for watching Andrew Tate. But like I've said before, this is a really oversimplified issue from the liberals and the progs as well, because my personal experience of, I call it the Chandler Bing fallacy. You grow up, blue-pilled, you don't know anything about women in this modern era. There's no distinctions between masculine and feminine. Like a lot of people these days, I grew up single-parent family after the age of 11. Education is feminine, university is feminine, the culture is feminine. So you don't know anything about polarity. And I would just keep striking out in the dating market, not understanding what I was doing wrong. When I discovered the red pill, it was very life-changing. It was very life-giving. It helped me make sense of the opposite sex pretty much overnight and changed my dating.
No, yeah, same here. If it wasn't for the red pill, if it wasn't for Undead Chronic, if it wasn't for Ribby the Party Frog, and a few other people as well, I probably would not have had as much success as I did, in grad school. And again, my view of success, I've never had sex with these women, but they wanted to sleep with me. I think that's a form of success in itself. That you got women to want to sleep with you in that regard.
Dating life pretty much overnight at the age of about 25, and then all of a sudden it made sense. And yeah, I totally admit there are elements of the red pill where you do get people who are kind of autistic with the data and it all goes in their head rather than going into the heart and becoming basically axiomatic in how you understand polarity, or at least connecting to a higher spiritual formation, which aided me. I appreciate all of that. But there are many men that I met whose understanding of gender, of the world, flipped around, and that was very healthy for them. It aided them in not falling into the trapdoors and stepping on landmines and making all these mistakes all the time, falling for the Chandler Bing fallacy, as I say, if you don't know what that is.
Absolutely. My view of women and trying to get women, especially at that time, it's like that kind of help is just stop giving a shit. Just be a dick. And women kind of like that. It's in their nature.
It's the
And wouldn't you know, even when I was actually trying to tell them, leave me the fuck alone, they couldn't catch the hint.
That you act like Chandler from Friends and you're this kind of sardonic, wisecracking loser who's a bit neurotic. And eventually you're so sweet that Monica falls in love with you and Monica's this pretty girl, you know. That's not going to happen. Or it's not going to happen for 99% of men. But young men are trained to be this way, specifically because the mother energy, literally and symbolically, tells the young male, don't be like your father. Or like that girl, don't be like the toxic men. And what that means is, the young male...
It wasn't like, don't be like your father in my case. It was more or less just like, you know, men are just evil. I was listening to like a lot of retarded leftist people back in the day about that, like about dating. That kind of fucked me up in undergrad. I won't lie, it did fuck me up in undergrad. It's like, women will like you for you, and it's like, no, they didn't. They fucking didn't. These days, I don't really fucking care about what the women I met in undergrad think of me these days.
Grasps onto the idea that there's something inherently bad about masculinity, and if I'm closer to the female energy, I will be a good person. I will be wanted by the woman. Of course, what happens in reality is they're disgusted by you when you act like that.
Yeah.
Really on a primal level.
Yeah, women do not like men who act like bitches.
They see you as very, very weak and pathetic, and that's unfortunately very true. Now, I'm not saying, of course, the cliche that men do is go to the counter. That's kind of Andrew Tate thing. That won't work either. You'll get plastic fantastics if you have money, but you're not going to get a good relationship. The point is, just don't be a woman. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Money can only solve so much of your issues, you know? But if you're actually trying to get a decent relationship, never, ever lead with your wallet. Never do that. Never.
And you'll find your own path. All sorts of ways you can do that. But there's a broader point behind this that I don't think is ever really mentioned, because when we think about the radicalization of women, we'll often say, well, it's feminism. And it is feminism. Of course it is. But as always...
Night, Mikola.
On this channel, we try and think, well, why did that happen? Why did that get it?
Sartanar, glad I never listened to any of the leftists, though it was always useful to smile and nod and let them see me as uninteresting. It's a great shield. Dude, I used that before, too. Well, especially around the fat ones. The fat women. Yeah, I was just like, oh, yeah, I agree. Oh, yeah, I agree. I even kind of hammed up the dorkiness too, so I could really let them know to fuck off.
And as I've tried to point to, archetypally speaking,
like around unattractive fat bitches, I was just like, oh yeah, you know, just stuff like that, you know.
And spiritually speaking, a civilization is held in a sort of safe and secure state by the energy of the father, just like in a family home. You know, the other night I had to stay out late for various reasons, and I came back and my wife said to me, you know, it's the first time I've been in our house with our little one on my own when it's quite late, and that's fine, but I just felt a little bit nervous. And that's because the father isn't there. Nothing happened, and nothing hopefully will happen in those instances, but she knows if the father's there, if someone tries to break in, you've got a man there, you know, a man who's capable. And the point is that when you apply that at a civilizational level, that's the sort of symbolic meaning of God the Father. It's the shared moral structures that give us orientation as a people in a given time, throughout space and time. And that's why you have sort of a lovely picture of God the Father with his arms open. You know, sort of you're part of his flock. Now, you don't have to be a mainline Christian to understand this. You can even understand...
I knew this chick in college, Missy, actually an alright person, all things considered. I always thought it was hilarious, as she thought I despised her for like 6 months, simply because I wasn't a simp. Oh my... Bro, Satanar. When I was going out to bars or whatnot, the amount of chicks that I despised but wanted me was just like massive. It was crazy. It's like, no, like really the only time I ever got drinks for people was if I accidentally spilled something. And it's like, okay, let me rectify this. I'll get you a new drink. Most of the time, they bought me drinks. I was literally the only man in our extended friend group that wasn't with a woman and wasn't simping for her. I see.
understand how this model is experienced through other spiritual formations. The point is you have an underlying understanding of masculine, which acts as a spiritual and symbolic guard for us to imply the morality that we follow, and therefore that will inform the culture and by extension the individual men and women. That's why I say, that the church, which is like the beacon in the village, would be the kind of outpost of the love of God manifest, to use more romantic language in the English tradition. But the point I'm making is that was all destroyed, that's all gone. We've replaced all of that hierarchy. We've decided it's all woo-woo nonsense. And all you need is rational secular humanism. And you can see the problem that's occurred here. Because in that turn, it's not just that we all woke up one day and think, oh, you know what, this is nonsense. There was a legitimate breakdown, I would say, in our spiritual understanding, in that the way we pass it on becomes a little bit exoteric in the sense that we removed a bit from the transcendent loving force and it became rules. That became the sort of cliche of the Victorian age. Sometimes it's overblown. There are the romantics who existed at the same time and so on, although they were very lost.
Remember, there's a reason why gay men say femboys are more feminine than women, mainly because they act more like the fairest sex than the actual fairest sex. Oh man, that actually is kind of true. That is actually kind of true. Just ask Damien.
Towards women, there is a problem there. But anyway, the point is that when we understand the higher model, we understand that these rules are often in place to guide us to fulfill the soul. When it becomes too exoteric, it just feels like needless rules. And really that's been the rebellion against broader traditional wisdom or traditional society, but also within sex, within gender. And you can see it in that girl that I was dating 15 years ago or whatever, that to her, all history was this sort of post-Marxist reading of the male oppressor. That's it,
And that's the thing too. Whenever I tried to talk about history to bitches at bars, that's the framework they always had until I corrected them, because I actually told them no, and I'm also decently attractive. Shocker! Wow, shocker!
There wasn't any understanding of a traditional world, a world that functioned on completely different priors, a world where the demands on men and women were harsh, and therefore the natural aptitudes of masculine and feminine energy applied to the reality they faced. The man has to be defensive and strong, the woman is nurturing and so on, because she's rearing the child. Anyhow, you can't afford to be Chandler Bing in that world, of course. But the point I'm making is...
Well, yeah, we'll let him finish his point, and then we'll wrap up this segment. Because, time's of the essence.
Putting all of this together, what you see is there was, I would say, a force which became too literal. It lost the magic of the teaching. And that's what a lot of the moderns rebelled against. So when you have something like, don't lust, the 60s interpreted that as don't love, don't be free, don't have fun, don't enjoy sex,
It's always why some men become bisexual. It's not worth dating modern women. And then they decide to go, fuck it, we gay now. Yep.
And they forgot the deeper principle at heart here, which was ultimately something like, don't reduce a worldly thing to a simple object of consumption. Recognise that you have a higher calling in this world, and while sex is a part of your worldly life, it's not the totality of what you are. When you remove that, when you forget you have that high dimension, all you're left with is basically the exoteric law of don't do this versus go and have fun and have sex. Now, what are people going to do? They're going to go and have fun and have sex. But what they're going to find is, because you've removed that higher aspect, you're just going to go into a world of hedonism. You're going to get the same old problems between men and women of he said, she said. You're going to find that families aren't being formed and the rest of it. And that's what's happened in modernity. And all women will do is go back to the ideology more and more. For every...
Exactly. There's like 7 more minutes of this video. I'll link it here in the YouTube chat. But I will be right back. We go, and I'll just say, go to 1405 to continue. But I will be right back, and then we will wrap up the show. Well, we still have more things to get to, but you get my point. Okie dokie, I'm back. Now, let's actually get to our next article here. So, we have this article here from the New York Post. Lindsay Clancy's lawyer calls her a darn good mother during closing arguments in trial for murdering her 3 kids. Oh, great. Let's see what this lawyer has to say. It's going to be a bit of a shorter article. Plymouth, Mass. Lindsay Clancy was a darn good mother before she strangled her 3 kids to death. Her defense attorney told her jury just before they started deliberating on her high-stakes triple murder case. You know, from looking at the objective evidence in the case, this young lady did nothing wrong in her life. Defense attorney Kevin Reddington said she was a nurse, a daughter, a wife, and a darn good mother. Clancy, a 36-year-old former labor and delivery nurse, killed kids Cora, 5, Dawson, 3, and 8-month-old Callan before attempting to take her own life on January 24th, 2023, at her Duxbury, Mass. home. Lindsay Clancy, 32, strangled her daughter Cora, 5, and son Dawson, 3, 8-month-old son Callan to death. And this is from Facebook, too. But prosecutors said that Lindsay Clancy coldly choked each one of her children to death after getting her husband out of the house, strangling them one by one for 1 to 2 minutes before she left them discarded on the basement floor like broken toys. I'm still fucking pissed off about that. Clancy is asking the jury to find her not guilty by reason of insanity, arguing she was experiencing a severe postpartum psychosis and hearing a man's voice telling her to kill. Oh, a man! It was a man's voice, huh? It was a man's voice. Totally. It wasn't her own decision on a premeditated basis. Jurors deliberated for about 4 hours on Tuesday before being sent home without reaching a verdict. They will return Friday. Reddington tried to blame Clancy's psychiatrist, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, who prescribed her psychiatric meds in the fall of 2022, just months before the killings, for the mom of 3's descent into psychosis. This woman lived for her kids until she had the pleasure of going in to see Dr. Tufts. The defense attorney said, after she went to Dr. Tufts, it was not a wonderful life anymore. Reddington said that by December of that year, Clancy's mind is gone, evidenced in part by a daily journal she kept on of her medications and her moods. Many entries that month detailed her horrible, intrusive thoughts. Clancy sent her mother a text in October asking her to come stay at her house because she was very sick, which Reddington told the jury showed the depths of despair she was in. No. That's all bullshit. That is all fucking bullshit. All of it. He admitted Clancy's horrific act, but said the powerful psychiatric medication she was on, that she was prescribed that fall were to blame, along with negligent care from Tufts and other providers Clancy saw during the time. Prosecutor Jennifer Sprague, however, told jurors that Clancy's attempt to blame the healthcare system were simply a distraction. Sprague acknowledged that Clancy sought mental health treatment, but the prosecutor claimed she didn't follow medical advice, including refusing to take certain meds she was prescribed because she wanted to do things on her own terms. Clancy also jumped around getting treatment from Tufts, then entering a perinatal clinic where a nurse practitioner doled out prescriptions to her and also checking herself into a mental institution, all while failing to keep each provider in the loop about her other treatments, the prosecutor said. Lindsay Clancy, 32. Oh my goodness. That's another... I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I see the picture and it's just, why? Why? Those poor kids, man. Those poor kids. That's fine, Rexus. That's fine. But I'm just gonna say a short little prayer for them in my heart before we continue, right? Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for letting me have that moment. There is a lack of compliance, a lack of follow-through, a lack of communication with her providers, Sprague said. The prosecutor also noted that none of the people who treated Clancy from September 2022 until the killings ever saw signs of psychosis, ever. So they are all wrong. Instead, Sprague said Clancy made up hearing the voice to try to get out of culpability, and that she was actually cold and calculating that day, carefully planning how she would slay the children to end her misery. End her misery. Yeah, you see why? You see why I rail against feminism the way I do? It's because of bitches like Lindsay Clancy. Instead, Sprague, those kids were her protective factor. They were keeping her from ending her misery, the prosecutor said. So she had to remove the protective factor. And I'm not saying she was happy. I'm not saying she was happy about it. I'm saying it was what she had to do to end her misery. It was choice. The prosecutor also brought up Andrea Yates, the mother who was famously found not criminally responsible for drowning her 5 children because of postpartum psychosis, to tell jurors how the 2 killer moms' cases differ. Wow. Wow. Andrea Yates, she heard voices to kill her children for months, Sprague said. She committed herself 5 times. She tried to kill herself twice. Judge William Sullivan cut in and told Sprague to move on from the topic. Counsel, let's move on from that, the judge said. Oh, so the judge has a bias? Lindsay Clancy hears a voice one time and does it, Sprague said. She doesn't try to lock herself in the bathroom. She doesn't try to leaving children alone for 20-30 minutes. Not the greatest option, but it's better than killing them. Clancy viciously strangled the kids with elastic exercise bands, standing over their limp bodies and holding the bands for 1 to 2 minutes as they went unconscious and stopped breathing, Sprague said. Then Clancy left the tiny trio when she strangled them in the basement of her home. She left them discarded on the basement floor like broken toys because she was done playing the game, Sprague said. You know, to a moral certainty she is guilty. After the killings, Clancy cut her wrists and neck, downed some pills, and threw herself from a second floor window in her house. She injured her spine in the fall and is now paraplegic and wheelchair bound. The jury, composed of 9 women and 3 men, were let out of courtroom shortly after 12:30 p.m. to begin deliberating. If Clancy, who had been held at Tewksbury Hospital during her case, is found guilty, she faces a mandatory sentence of life in prison. No! No! Death penalty! That is the only way! That is the only way! I am sick! Absolutely fucking sick! Of, my life in prison, as if, she'll suffer more in prison. No. No. That's tax dollars that go to waste. And that's not setting an example. That's the easy way out. If the jury is persuaded by her defense and finds her not criminally responsible, then Clancy would be institutionalized indefinitely at a mental health facility. Keep in mind, even if there are abusive men, they're guilty. They'll guilt for it. I swear. I fucking swear. It's gonna be a very, very bad day if she is proven, if somehow she is proven to be not guilty. Somehow. Let's get on to our next little headline. Well, not really. It's even more horrific. Mom shot 11-month-old son in the face so dad could never have custody. Worth it, quote unquote. Okay, let's pray for the 11-month-old son who was unjustly slaughtered by his bitch of a mom. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy on the kid. Let's read the article. A mother kidnapped her 11-month-old son and shot him in the face before she didn't want the boy's father to have custody over him, chillingly telling investigators she thought the killing was worth it. Madeline Veronique Daly, 36, was convicted this week of killing baby Basil Stoner inside of an RV in rural New Mexico as cops closed in on her, prosecutors said. Authorities had responded to the RV after the mom snatched the boy and took him across state lines in violation of a court order. My dad once dragged my brother up the stairs. After he realized what he did, he was mortified because he promised to himself to never be like his dad. Wow. Why do I despise women? Do we still need more reasons? Yes, Post-Nut, yes. Absolutely yes. This is one of those reasons why I do not like most women. I don't really like most people to begin with. I'm kind of a misanthrope. But most women, man. I despise most women. They after the Lindsay Clancy case, there's gonna be people who will be empathizing with this this mom who shot her 11-month-old son. Why? I don't know just yet. Authorities had responded to the RV after the mom snatched the boy and took him across state lines in violation of a court order. She then tried to turn the gun on herself, but officers were able to subdue her, according to an arrest affidavit obtained by Cowboy State Daily. Lord have mercy, man. Oh my... That was 2 days before Christmas! You know, in the Western calendar, what the fuck? That poor kid. After her arrest, Daly told police she believed she was keeping her son safe and that killing a child was worth it if it meant the boy's father and parental relatives would never have the chance to see it. That's... What the fuck? What the fuck?
Let's blow those whining women back to the Dark Ages right where they belong!
Daly had taken Basil from Wyoming to New Mexico, violating a court order that had, violating a court order that had granted emergency custody to the child's father, who told investigators he had last seen his son on September 28th. The Grant County Sheriff's Office tracked her down to an RV park on December 23rd after she applied for a job near Silver City, and a warrant arrest popped up on her background check. Police saw her run inside an RV and surrounded it as they waited for a warrant to get inside. Madeline Daly pleaded guilty to first-degree murder Wednesday. You absolutely, if you try to get married, you absolutely need to vet your women. You need to vet your women. Lest your bitch tries to kill your son. They heard a single gunshot and rushed in to see Daly had fatally shot Basil with a 9mm handgun in the... Oh my goodness. In the face. In the face! Daly told police that she kidnapped her own son because she was not going to allow her then 8-month-old baby to go back and forth from Nebraska to Wyoming twice a month, according to the affidavit. When asked what went through her mind when she saw law enforcement walking up, she replied, "Jake can't get to Basil," police wrote in the document. Madeline Daly, Jake Stoner, and Basil Emmerich Daly. The mother shot her 11-year-old son in the face so the father could never have custody. Wow. Wow. I'm just... I can't. I fucking can't. But we have to keep going. That we got one more segment here. We got one more segment. She also made unsubstantiated claims that Basil would have been in danger and molested if she got out of the trailer with him, that his father never wanted anything to do with the boy, financially, physically, emotionally, ever. Daly pleaded guilty on Wednesday to first-degree murder. She is facing the maximum sentence. Life in prison? Why isn't she executed? Why? Why isn't she executed? That's the right call to do. If you, especially a defenseless 11-month-old son. He wasn't even 1 yet. He was not even 1 year old. Okay. We got one more segment. We got one more segment. And this is also going to be pretty blackpilling. Court TV poll on Lindsay Clancy. 69% believe she is not guilty, with thousands of comments in support of Lindsay, as the jury has been deliberating for just over 5 hours today. Will Lindsay Clancy be found guilty first-degree murder? 13%. Guilty second-degree murder? 6%. Guilty manslaughter? 12%. 12% manslaughter. What she did was not manslaughter. I think it's best to let your sons be around brothers, because if done right, he'll be a man of God. Indeed. Indeed, Rexus, indeed. And then 69% said not guilty. And then and Catholic American Nationalist says, that doesn't say 69% think she's not guilty. It says 69% predict she'll be not found guilty. And then Anthony Cabasa, the guy who made the post, said, got an update for you, bro. Much worse. What would your verdict be? Guilty first-degree murder, 60%. Guilty second-degree murder, 4%. Guilty manslaughter, 73% not criminally responsible. 73%! And those 73% of people out of 82,536 people can vote. They can vote. Yeah, the people who are saying this is a wording error, it's like, yeah, Court TV made that poll right there. We're so fucked, man. We're so fucked. Okay. Okay, I can't keep going. I fucking can't. I just can't. It's crazy. It's so fucking crazy that there's people who are defending people who murdered their own children! Why did I disappear? There I am. Ugh. I fucking can't. I genuinely fucking can't. Yeah, I agree, Rexus. I agree. Postnut says, thank you for your tenacity, Creamy. Thank you, Postnut, for staying here for as long as you did. Thank you for everybody who's been watching the stream tonight. This was not easy. This was not easy for me to do. I thought my blood would truly be boiling at the end. It's just, I just feel sad. I feel really sad after seeing all the photos and all that. I just. I couldn't. I can't. I just can't. It's crazy. Like, I still find it, even as red-pilled as I am, I still find it so crazy that women just want to murder their own children. Yes, and if they're not killed out of the womb, they're killed in the womb. Like what you mentioned, 2.3 billion abortions. 2.3 billion. That is 2.3 billion people who have died. That's fucking depressing, man. That is really fucking depressing. I'm just, I don't know. Women worship Moloch and Baal, man. Yeah. It's really blackpilling. It really is. Alas. I am going, let's see, I'm gonna raid out to a friend on Twitch. Don't know who it's gonna be. Let me just see my dashboard. I'll take a look on Kick as well. Yeah, nobody's viewing on Kick. Makes sense. Let's see how it is on Twitch. Okay, it's just me. I will see. I'll see who is on. I'll see who's on Twitch right now. Who is streaming? Who do I want? Who do I want to raid into? Kind of makes sense, especially after all that we talked about. I don't mind raiding myself into somebody who's, I guess, a bit more fun. Not Day. I don't feel like raiding Day tonight. I I think we'll raid. Who do I want to raid on Twitch and say hi to? I guess we'll raid into Miki. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So we're not raiding into Miki. Kind of sucks. I guess we'll raid. I guess we'll raid Fuwana. Yeah, we'll raid Fuwana. Yeah. Have a good night, Cream. I pray your vigor still stands strong. Thank you, Rexus. And we're gonna raid.